Alright, what's up everybody? Took me a second to figure out how to turn my microphone on. Get the playlist fixed. Alright. Chat, the beginning of this stream is not going to be to your liking. But let's face it, no one actually watches the stream anyway. They're listening to it, so it doesn't really matter. Also, a reminder that Lancer is the best class. Now, I know people have a lot of opinions about this. It's okay to be wrong, chat. Let's see. Assassin better? Nah. Look, Lancer's got Ku, right? We got Karna, Enkidu, Percival, right? Vertra. There are so many good Lancers. Protoku, Dyrmid. No Lancer Kojiro. That would be sick. Not that the man ever spent any time with anything other than a sword, but it's not a sword. Okay, so we'll just use all kinds of random bullshit as we do this. I don't know half these, but the main thing is Mash has to be in the front row because she gets 20% more bond that way. Let's see. So Archer, Caster. What's a good way to do this? Okay, Canis is fine. I guess Medusa. Like that? Is Medusa really my best option? I mean, I don't have a lot of AoE riders. Either that or you brute force with something. There's always Dari. No, I mean, we'll do Medusa, that's fine. I'm hoping we can get this Bond C unlocked reasonably quickly though, because then I want to do like the dragon and shit with and without it and just compare the damage. I want to see, because although 30% attack up is really nice, you don't get any attack stat from the craft essence. So like if you've got Golden Sumo, memes aside, if you got the 15%, right, and then the 2000 attack, you know, how does that compare to the just 30%? But then you got the 50% starting NP and then the guts, yada yada. So we'll just have to see. I feel like in a team setting, you're really gonna want the starting NP more times than not. So I think in a team setting, you're probably not going to use it a lot. But I guess we'll see. I don't know, man. The new Mash is just very strange. Especially for more budgety setups. Because, like, for budgety setups, a lot of the times you want to have really strong defense, because it's going to take you a lot longer to win, so you need to live. And then her having to do the damage thing is going to be weird. I mean, I guess, I wonder, and this is what I want to test, and this is why I wish we had story replay, because I could test this. I want to know if you go very free to play, you know, budgety, right, low star stuff, maybe some welfares and things like that. But if you're playing that way, I want to know if Mash could be the only damage dealer, right? And then everything else is like Asclepius and crap like that. That's kind of boring, but that's probably effective if the stage is really hard. All right, this setup is actually probably going to work pretty well. None of these have that much health. Kind of a oddly low statted free quest here. Man, I've used Medusa for my like AoE rider like this for so long, and I've just really never had a better option. And I like Medusa just fine, so I'm not really complaining. 43k at neutral. That'll probably happen, right? Sucks that Canis didn't get any cards, though. He's got triple attack up and NP up. Yeah, I think the best way though to take advantage of MASH, the new one, for like more free-to-play-esque, you know, stuff, is you use her as the damage dealer, so you're not relying on her NP, the defensive NP. Now, that would ironically work a lot better if you had access to regular MASH, right? So you have like regular MASH and Asclepius, or regular MASH and David, and then Paladin MASH is your damage dealer. Because then your like defense is just so fucking strong. You could also do double Paladin MASH. That's probably going to be broken. Because you just like kind of alternate their NPs. Kind of want to test, so that was a rather easy 3-turn, honestly, for a stage I'd never done. But it was a very easy stage. But I wonder if I could try someone else. I honestly don't favor AoE much, I notice. I mean, you could do like Percival, Virtua, even though they're not counterclassing, see how they do. Whoops. Castle Crashers is a good game, and apparently it's got an update coming up or something. Which, after all these years, that's kind of wild. But I heard something about that. What the fuck? I'm not clicking anything. What the hell is happening? Bullshit. Wow, yeah, my AoE options for Ryder are absolute garbage. You got that, but she's like 4-3-3. I used her a little bit at the very start of the game, like, you know, 7 years ago or whatever, when I first started playing, 8 years ago. Probably like 8.5 years ago. But I never used her a lot, and she was kind of just a gap filler. And then I stopped using her pretty early. Oh, hey, she's close to Bond 10. I knew she was getting there. Medusa or Lolly Da Vinci? What's the question? You mean which one I like more? Definitely Medusa. I would hope that's a given. Base range fake was the frames we made along the way. Yeah, I'm really confused because unless I'm just something's missing in translation, right? Because I don't know that much Japanese. But anytime they were talking about it leading up to it, right? I don't think they said anything along the lines of like, we're only going to release one episode a year, right? They didn't really frame it that way. Maybe they did and I missed it. But it's very strange. Now, I'll say this. If they want to release it slowly and then like the animation quality is going to be really, really, really good, that's fine, right? I can wait. But in that case, in my opinion, they should be releasing it like they did K&K back in the day, right? Where they would do a movie every so often, right? I think that would make a lot more sense. The whole thing is just marketed very strangely. Yeah, they're going FGO style. Chat, can you imagine if the Mash's first skill gave the attack up and crit up to the whole team? I actually wish it did that. That would just be like that's like up there with the Merlins and Castoria. She still wouldn't be quite that good, but like man, that would be huge. We're not so lucky though. Man, I really wish someone on their side here had a lot of health, because when you do her stun now, like she's been buffed, when you do this, she hits that target harder, like a lot harder. So if there was a tough enemy this wave, we could kind of push that and see how it does. I haven't really gotten to use that in a practical setting since they added that buff. Hey, Kiba. And look at 300k. Pretty nice. She's not getting buffed that much. I mean, obviously Castoria, but it's not like she adds that much damage to a quick unit. Farming streamer? Yeah, I know, I hate it. We'll go fuck around with Richard and all that stuff if we get the Bond CE. I really want to test it versus regular CEs. And it's kind of loud. Can they please give her an animation update? Like, that NP is so underwhelming. Look, we're close, chat. We need 50k. These stages, though, don't give... What's the absolute best stage to do for Bond if you don't have one of the Void Dust things? Does anybody know? I swear there's a stage that gives more Bond than that. Isn't Ryder Canis the AU? Yeah, basically. I need to grail her more just because of that, honestly. At least Ryder Canis isn't, like, weird, like, character-wise. She's literally just regular-ass Canis. They didn't do some, like, gimmicky crap or anything. So she's pretty normal. Okay, we gotta do the stage one more time. It's nice to grab some SQ while we're at this. I did all of the OC free quests, OC1 free quests a long time ago, and I hadn't really done any of the other ones, so I figured get some of these knocked out while I'm getting Bond. You should farm Void Dust and Fuyuki while farming Bond. Oh god. I tell you what I need is hero proofs and bullets. Does anyone else feel like bullet, and this might just because I like low stars, I like Billy and a VC Braun, coincidentally, and Billy and a VC Braun both use an outrageous amount of bullets with their passive skills. But so the old bronze mats objectively are like there's a higher requirement on them, right? Because a lot of new characters use the old mats and old characters exclusively use the old mats, right? So there's just a lot of characters out there that need them, and it's, you know, kind of a nightmare. I should have done the attack buff. But I feel like bullets came in swinging, right? Like a lot of the new mats, it's like if you need the characters that were introduced with that new mat, then you're gonna have to farm it like right away. But then you don't have to farm it much really ever again. But bullets, I feel like they just all of the time, dude. Holy fuck, they're on so many passives. Yeah, I guess bullets are one of the older, air quotes, new mats, right? Because it's Lost Belt 1. So that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. I think we fucked up and we made Canis miss Castoria's attack buff. Oops. We'll see if it matters. Because none of the other new mats I can really think of, aside from like the set of characters that was released with them, I can't think of like really needing them much, but I need bullets all the time. I need bullets all the time, I need hero proofs all the time, and then I'll be Void Dust after that. And sometimes, it depends on what characters you hype, but man, some characters, bones. Like, no one with a 10-10-10 Karna and, like, Vlad and any other, like, new character that needs bones has ever been like, yeah, I don't even need bones, right? That's not a thing. And it's especially if you also enjoy free-to-play units, because a lot of free-to-play units use bones, so... Pretty rough. Why are there 4 free quests on one node? Also, this music's a banger. Okay, Lancer Berserker. That's pretty easy. I wish you saw the Bond boost thing on more units. It's all Scatty and Castoria, though. Just for, like, variety's sake when doing what we're doing. I'm trying to remember. I could put the support in the back row, so I have to try harder, but I think I lose the 4% Bond if I do that. What? Why? Could someone explain this to me? All the FGO defenders out there, let's be honest, none of them watch my channel anymore, thank God. But all the FGO defenders out there, what possible purpose is there for the friend unit, right? The unit that's not yours, having to be in the front row for you to get the 4% extra bond? I don't understand. Right? I don't get it. What's the point? Right? Like, wow, you want to use your units? How dare you? Right? I don't fucking get it. Okay, not a good time for Canis. You know what? Good time for Mordred, because she's got an anti-saber. So if, like, I end up having to fight the sabers more than I think. Okay, Berserker, you get to use anything. Anything. So, I mean, Archer makes sense. I don't have an Archer. Why do I hate art units? I actually hate this, right? Because we're in an art meta. And when I'm doing main story quests and challenge quests, I don't even feel it, right? Because I don't use Castoria and stuff like that for those things. Whenever I'm farming, I feel it all the time. Everyone slots Castoria. That's like all you can really summon. And then I don't have any fucking art units, right? Look at this. Quick, Buster, Buster, Buster. Okay, art, but single target. Buster, quick, Buster, Buster, quick. Buster, Buster, null, null, Buster with the damage. Buster, 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 quick, quick. Okay, art, but single target again. All right, there we go, right there. There's our first fucking AoE art, but Saber. Buster, I think. Quick, quick, Buster, quick, quick. Buster, or quick. I need to use him more. I don't remember. Buster, Buster. I think varies. Buster, Buster, Buster. Like, I'm seeing a real theme here. What the? Why do I like Quick and Art or Quick and Buster so much? There's some. I guess. I think a lot of the people that end up being art are more whimsical designs and casters and shit like that, which I guess is just not my cup of tea a lot of the time. So I know some people, they're like just swimming in the art units. I'm not clicking anything, by the way, and the thing just keeps like forcing me to click shit. Okay, so Tesla makes sense. Pretty good. Problem with Tesla though is I don't think I have the team cost for that. I mean, almost anybody can work. Even with Castoria, that's fine. Yeah, a lot of summer units are art, and I'm not too big on summer. But I never, like, made a decision to try not to get, art units. That's never been a thing. There is at least Percival, right? But, yeah, it's kind of whack, man. On my way to get hired. Excuse me, what? I think I'm missing some context here. I wish I had gotten Ryder Kana spawned. It's way too late for that, though. Do you guys think we're getting a new Grand every month? Because they claim that 2.0 is going to be finished this year. And let's be honest, that means the end of December. Every time they've ever said something like that, that is always how it's been. But with how much time is left, and if they're wanting to do, the actual story itself and this grand thing and Ogla, and like, they got to fit it in somehow. So how do y'all think? Because I could see them doing it maybe once a month or so, maybe 3 weeks sometimes. Okay, 40k with just that buff. Do I think she can do it? I honestly don't know. I guess we'll find out. I haven't really paid attention when I use her, and I don't buff her a lot. If they do once every 3 months, we're not gonna get all the grands in time. So chat, I have her NP set in slow-mo because it looks awesome, and you get to see the green longer, and that's like an amazing shade of green. But the fact that she's a good farming unit is a bit of a problem. However, I find when I'm not streaming and I'm farming in FGO, I always am like, I have FGO off on the side and I'm doing something else. Laundry, another video game, whatever, and I'll just like look to FGO and take a turn every like 3 minutes. I don't even give a shit, right? I just kind of do it whenever. And then so once the animation is playing, I just go do the other thing and I come back whenever. Okay. That was not the best. Without her own quick up. And normally you have 2 scatties, that's the thing. Mash is just not, wow, that's awkward. Also, this is only 1 enemy. Okay, so maybe next time we bring Arthur. She may not be the best pick. I guess we'll see here, though. How strong is he? Final part 1 will be in December. I mean, I suspect 2.0 is ending this year. I really do think so. We'll see. But yeah, what do y'all think about the grands? Because I do kind of expect them to kind of pump them out at a... Ooh, god damn it, lady. Runs, run. There goes my FGO license. It's over. But, man, I could have done the defense down, too. There was a lot of things I could have done there. Anyway, they kind of have to go with some degree of speed, otherwise, you know, the timing just isn't gonna work. I think they should release all of them within a month. I mean, I actually agree. I think it should be kind of rapid. You know, it should be like bam, bam, bam. Like, you can even do like a big fancy event, and like throughout the event, you know, like every few days, you have the new Grand gets to be picked and everything. Okay, this stage could actually be a bit of fun. Let's see what Mordred's damage is like here. She probably doesn't need the NP. Yeah. 231. And that was all she got from another unit there was the defense down. God, Max must just destroy things with the 120 Mordred. And imagine if you had the class score, right? The talent tree. Because you get a lot of crit damage and stuff from the talent tree. Man, I kind of want to try out Max's Mordred just to compare, because the second card Buster Crit for 231k. If you got the class tree and all that nonsense, I bet you it's like 300k or more. It might even be a good chunk more, just because 120 is a lot of stats. Like, holy fuck. We happen to see it. Man, maybe I need a 120 more. I say that like I like, oh, it wouldn't be cool to 120, and then I remember what it's actually like 120ing a character, and I'm like, maybe not. Jesus Christ, the dedication, the look, and he's got the class score right there. Is this maximum Jason? Let's see, 2k foe. Is this CE 100? Why does it take this game this long to load a character? Okay, level 100. 10, 10, 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, all that. NP5, yep. Faux pause on every card. So yeah, I'm pretty sure, and he's got the full class score, so this is the strongest Jason you can have. How about that? Look, he's got he's got 3 120s. Do you guys realize how many levels that is? Like 100 to 101 is the same as 1 to 100. So you're doing 1 to 120 times. And there's 3 of them. Let's see if there's any more here. There's 4 of them. Boy, that guy's a Zhu Fu fan, huh? My man has 4 120s. I have 1. Right? I almost have 2, but and to be fair, the only reason I don't have 2 isn't because of the XP, it's because of the coins. So, you know, there's that. Maybe I should 120 Mordred, though. He's about to be Bond 15. I don't know if I have enough coins to do it, though, to be honest. I'm not actually sure. Who do we want to use here? You know, you actually could use Canis here. Like, her crits are good enough and everything with the 2 Berserker waves. I think the first wave was Sabers, though. She could probably still do it. Tesla would be fine, but team cost. I bet you he could do fine. He's not a dragon, but I don't see why he wouldn't work. You'd rather have Merlin, but Merlins aren't real, unfortunately. Which is weird, because he's quite OP. Oh, I have one of these. I'll use that in a minute. Let me see if I just happen to find a Merlin. The thing is, Merlins don't normally have Bond boost. Oh, hey. There we go. He doesn't have the buff. He doesn't have the buff. God damn it. That's weird, too, because, like, he's logged in. He's a 161. Got him slotted, and he's just like, nah, I don't need to do that buff. It's one thing if you had an esports Merlin, but that is not an esports Merlin. Like, what the hell? You know, you could farm pretty damn good with the free-to-play MASH, right? And caster Martha. Is she in the shop yet? I think she is. Can you buy her with the points? Because, that's a lot of battery. That's a lot of damage up, yada yada. Like, and there's a lot of units now that don't need as much battery. Why the fuck? Okay, at least this guy actually did the thing. Did people just miss that Merlin got buffed? Did that just, sneak by everybody? Does NA not let you change your name color? That sucks. I really should just level my own Merlin, just for doing shit like this and like testing, because we've had multiple times we want to show off something disgusting and we're not like caring about being budgety, and I should really have my own Merlin on hand if I want to do that. I had an esports one, but I don't really need an esports one, right? That doesn't really matter much, so it's not really a big deal. No dragons. Whoops! Oh, that was a mistake. Probably won't matter. Totally didn't need to click that. Farming license revoked again. Yeah, there's been a lot of farming violations. We can't save the VOD chat. Gotta delete the evidence. Also have this NP in slow-mo, but it looks so good. It's also an Arthur copy paste, but I love it. I just love at the start when he kicks up the rocks, like when he's powering it up. That looks so fucking cool, dude. Such a fan of that NP. Okay, it might matter. Yeah, I could have had the NP right here, but I fucked it up. Don't worry, Mordred will bail us out, no problem. Easy. Yeah, Nash really should be something else, but you know. We just click this. Damn it, man. She can do it, but I really wanted to show off Siegfried damage, but I messed up too much. Man, I could have given her the Buster up too for Merlin. CS time. Look, it's Mash's fault. If I was like, you know, focusing completely on practicality, I don't think I'd be using Mash here. Not my farming license, dude. It's a farmer. That's pretty good. So Beastly, are you gonna be playing Night Rain like day one? And if so, PC, PS5, like what's your plan? I'm honestly really excited for it because it removes so many of the things I don't like about Elden Ring. I do wish, though, you could just make your own character and all that good stuff, but you know, it is what it is. Like, what I would have liked is, throughout your various runs, you know, your roguelike Risk of Rain nonsense, doing pretty frequently, because there's so much armor in Elden Ring, but pretty frequently, you're like, hey, you unlocked the cosmetic look of these gloves and these pants and that helmet. So you put your sets together, right? And you could maybe do some stuff where you focus on certain things, which would increase your odds of getting like heavy armor or light armor and whatnot. And so over time, you just unlock the cosmetic items, and you make your character. Maybe you can import your character from the regular Elden Ring game, the style, right? So just the armor, and then and you just make your character look like whatever you want. I think that'd be awesome because the armor means nothing in Night Rain, right? Gameplay-wise, it has no effect on anything. And I've always, like, because Souls games I really like because you've got really, really fantastical, completely unrealistic, just nonsense armor. Then you've got a lot of grounded, normal armor, and then you have stuff in the middle, right? And so you really get to kind of express what you want, right? And I dig that. Hey, another Merlin, very nice. Now we could give him another shot because obviously he could have done that, but let's see. Who makes sense here? I mean, I am just realizing that I do not favor AoE a lot. There is Tesla. He's super great here, but the team cost. That's me. I am not clicking anything. This is driving me crazy. I don't know if my mouse is just getting like too sensitive or what. Yeah, Emiya is actually pretty good for this kind of thing. Like, he's got good single target damage with the crits and stuff. Doesn't have a battery though. If they weren't, every good AoE unit I can think of that I have is a fucking Lancer, right? Like Percival and even like both Romuluses. Like 3-star Romulus is actually a pretty sick farming unit in my experience. You could probably still use Medusa here because of her stun effect. Got Cleo is okay. Vertra's fine, but again, Lancer. Burgess is okay, but you're definitely better off if they have a battery. Especially because of the way we're doing this. I mean, Siegfried definitely works, but I'd like to try someone else for the last run here. Let's see, what about... There's a Rosh. There's just a living problem. If I could sneak a Guts in there. Battery, AoE, fucking... Okay, definitely not that. Brand or Rosh. I'm sure someone's gonna do it. They have to... Good God, man. But, don't they have to be level 100? There's this. Oh, 6-6. NP1? How long have I been playing this game? Look, I'm not like the biggest Artoria fan or anything, but how the fuck is she NP1? Like, cause I roll story and, you know, every time there's like a new story log 3-star and stuff, I am shocked she's only NP1. That is crazy. Good Lord. There's that. Oh, ooh, 555. Wow, chat, I am not hyping the Artorias here. Trying to get my chat. There we go. Maybe if she's rated up sometime, if she's rated up with someone else, I kind of care about. I'd like to at least be NP2, right? Like, Gwen would be fine here. She's great, but doesn't have a battery. I would really think more units would fit this criteria than what I mean, there's Hohenheim. I don't know if he'd do enough damage that first row, but that's a unit that certainly has a battery. Oh, you know who? Oh, can he do it, chat? Ooh, this would be so. I don't know. This is a time where you'd actually want him to be grailed the fuck up. Let's try it. A fucking man here, dude. Gil would be super good here. 10 out of 10 song, by the way. Everything Frequency does is just fucking amazing. Alright. 40k at neutral. You know what? I'm gonna give him this. I don't know about this. He doesn't need any help. I guess I could have done Merlin's attack buff, because he doesn't need any help with battery, though. Well, he might. Depends on, like, what happens here. Oh. Well, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, you need a little bit. There you go. But we had Mash is going to do nothing. Completely irrelevant there. So, I guess a test of VC Braun will not rely on Mordred here. See if he could do it. I haven't had strawberry shortcake since I was a kid. No. That was a little weak. Like 105 on a Berserker. It's not the best. But he is level 80, so. Bruh, I was just toasting my chicken nuggets and I got Sanson. Oof. Any sauce with those nuggets? Real strawberry is not what I expected when I first ate them. That is so strange to me because like I had real strawberries way before I had any like artificial strawberry stuff, but probably didn't have the same upbringing as most people. Strawberries are great, by the way. By the way, chat, I eat the green part of strawberries. Just so you know. And that part is good for you, by the way. I actually eat stuff like that a lot. Like, you know, I eat potato peel. I'll eat the peel on a lot of stuff. You gotta make sure it's clean, obviously, but like the peel of an orange is healthier than the fruit, right? And that's true for most things. It's true for apples. That's true for lemons, limes, and like lemon peel tastes good. I think lime and lemon peel both taste quite good, and yeah, they're healthy for you. Okay, I don't eat the egg shell. Okay, I do eat eggs pretty often though, 'cause, you know, protein and whatnot. But yeah, I don't go that far. Do you eat the banana peel? I never even thought to do that. I'll have to look up if that's healthy for you. It probably is, because almost any time I've ever looked up is the peel of X good for you, it is almost always more good for you than the fruit is, right? Which is kind of funny. Most toxins are green, therefore anything that is green is toxic. No. Have you ate a banana peel? Let me Google this right now. Is banana... Almost spelled that wrong. Banana peel good for you? They're rich in fiber, potassium, antioxidants. Yep, they're completely edible. You can even cook them. But are they more... The question is, are they better than the actual banana? Because that is often the case. Yeah, they're actually very good for you. Like, very much so. I don't know what they taste like, though. Use banana peel on their face to improve skin. Okay, I don't know about that. Okay, now we got an Avenger in here. Who to use? Oh, we see Merlin. We'll go with Merlin. Let's see. Sabers and Berserkers. Why so many Sabers? I want to use my Lancers, man. You know what, Arthur? The problem with that is the damn cost. Oh, I don't have to bring Canis. I don't even know why I am bringing Canis. She's hopeless. Like, that is not happening. She was getting kind of close. All right, go get him. Why is chat so, like, shocked about eating peels? Like, it's not really that crazy. Everyone's just spoiled, I say. It's freak behavior. Yeah, eating healthy things is freak behavior. I remember when I ate the lemon rind, like the peel of a lemon when I was like quite young, everyone just like looked at me like I was insane. And like, you know, I was like 5 or something. And I'm like, what? And then I find out it's healthy. So then I'm really like, what? Like... Also, I'm trying to piss chat off, but I actually believe this. Broccoli only tastes good raw. It's garbage when it's cooked, steamed, or any of that nonsense. And broccoli loses, when it's exposed to heat, broccoli loses most of its nutritional value. It like plummets in its healthiness. So it tastes way better raw, and it's healthy. So there you go. It's nice and crunchy when it's raw. Good. These have so little health. Like this is the last Sabers had like 40k. This guy's got 22. Like, what are we doing here? I don't even need to click any buttons. You're killing me, game. Gatekeeping broccoli. Look, if you want to nerf your broccoli, be my guest. I get all my copper for the year at once by eating a penny. That's gonna be hard to digest. What? This stage is so much lamer than the prior one. I guess you switch. I'm so glad Mash is not a complete dead weight. She's not the optimal thing to farm with, but it's like okay. So getting that 20% extra bond with her is not an issue. Yeah, you do need iron. You don't need like a big chunk of it, but dude, I still can't get over the fact that pretty recently there was a human that was born with a mutation where he could eat metal and glass and stuff, and like he had a craving to do so, and which is so, I don't know if it was just lucky, but like not only did he have this natural mutation where he could eat metal, but he had much stronger stomach acid so he could break it down, and his esophagus was incredibly thick so like it wouldn't get fucked up by doing it. But yeah, he could eat glass and metal and that kind of stuff. He lived recently enough that like there's video footage of it, and like doctors examined him and stuff, and yeah, it wasn't bad for him at all. He actually got sick when he would eat normal food. Just fucking wild. Yeah, when I heard about it, I thought it was exaggerated, and then I found out it wasn't at all. And it's like, oh, okay. The things you learn. But yeah, it happens. It's like some people, are born with, I think someone was born with like a third leg and shit like that, and a lot of natural mutations end up being either like not particularly helpful or negative, and sometimes they're very negative. It just depends. But sometimes they're astronomically helpful. Yeah, he died a bit young, but he lived, a while ago where life expectancy wasn't as high, and they said his death had nothing to do with eating metal. It's just that's the thing. Like plenty of people, like my father died way before 57, and it obviously he had nothing to do with anything like that. It just life, unfortunately. This is such a lame stage. Look, what? I like how this one is level 78 and this one's level 82, and it costs more AP, and this one is just straight up easier. I do not understand. Go with a scatty. I mean, we could use her again. I would say Valkyrie, but whoops. Okay, see, here's the problem with this. Mash needs to be a second scatty if you're gonna do this. And the same team cost, so no problem. But, also what's nice is if you really like a unit and you got their passive maxed, you don't need the limit broken K-scope. You can just use a regular K-scope, which is quite nice. So if you're like really focusing on Lancelot farming all the time and stuff like that, you can do it. Mordred could be replaced as well. That could be all kinds of units. Oh, we could do Tesla. Then hold on, we'll do that when we don't have a scatty. We'll try Lancelot out. Arthur is kind of better than Mordred in this case because he buffs his teammates. But It's not really needed here. Holy fuck, though! I'm a bit concerned that Lancelot won't work because he's reliant on a. You could get away with a different Mystic Code if you had like the battery NP gain up one, but without that or a second Scatty, I don't think he's gonna work so good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lancelot, for some reason, has never been buffed ever. Right? Even Canis, who was added way more recently, she got buffed. Like, what the hell? And Lancelot's pretty popular, too, so it doesn't make any sense to me. I guess they just hate him, I don't know. Can my boy Darius get an animation update? I'm a big fan of Darius, and I've been waiting for a while, and he had the dude so close, so fucking close. He could with 2 Scatties, he could do all 3 waves on his own. And hell, maybe even with something not quite as good as Scatty, like even Jufu. Yeah, I bet you Jufu and Scatty might be enough, and then you could do the Mystic Code that gives you NP gain. I think he could pull it off then. What I'm saying is Mash is to blame again. The question is, would he have enough damage on the final wave? Probably. Yeah, Darius was really sick in Extella Link. Extella Link is a terrible video game. It's super shallow. The writing is garbage. The writing is unbelievably dumb. It's way dumber than FGO. I mean, that's really saying something. But Darius was so fucking cool in that. Like, absolute highlight of that game. I actually really want to try Lancelot with Jufu. Like, that's so budgety. But, yeah, he could probably do it. The problem is, Mash wouldn't get as much bond. And the whole reason we're here is Mash bond, so. Let's see how much damage he does. Good, but that was good crit damage back in the day, right? Although in his defense, he has got like no buffs from anybody. That was just like straight vanilla. I think he had the attack buff from the Mystic Code, something like that. I will say, although Mash is not as good as like Waver and Merlin, Castoria, any of that stuff, the fact that she has that much battery definitely frees people up like for their farming to be a lot easier. Although, who the fuck cares about farming, man? Like, yeek. All right, let's go Tesla this time. Lancelot really is a good farming unit still, though. Because Berserkers are effective against everything. And a lot of people that have been playing for a long time, they've got Lancelot at a high NP rank. If you play for a long time, it's kind of hard not to have a lot of these characters at the default set and stuff. 42k, we're getting there. Chat, I'm totally gonna try banana peel next time I get bananas. Just so you know. This is happening. And look, if I don't like it, who cares? Like, why not try things? I hope you slip on one. That's rude. Dude, if I had a lemon here, I would eat it right now, and I'd eat the peel as well. Although I'd have to go protect my teeth real quick, but What do you mean raw banana? Like, who the fuck cooks banana? Do you mean like incredibly ripe? I have excess battery here. Whatever. Merlin can have it. Banana bread is good. I don't think I've ever had banana. I have had banana bread, straight banana, dried banana. I don't think anything other than that. Dried banana is good. Fucking course. You put a banana in the microwave and leave it there for 5 minutes. Yeah, plantain, by the way, is the natural fruit. Banana is, you know, man-made. But yeah, plantain is the original. Same for lemon. Lemon is not a real thing. Lemon is man-made. The real thing is orange and lime. With the right setup, I think Tesla could do all 3 waves. Whoops. Life didn't give us lemons, mankind did. True. Good invention. Like, plenty of things have been, like, minorly modified, and wow, she didn't kill. Fuck. But, yeah, a lot of things have been, like, minorly modified, but stuff like, you know, bananas are very extreme. Like, broccoli, too. Broccoli's not, naturally occurring. And that was made by humans a long-ass time ago, though. Like, way, 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 way back. And, a lot of the man-made stuff is actually very good, though. I mean, broccoli is outrageously good for you. Very efficient. Okay, I'm kind of glad that one is over because that one was a bit silly. Oh, I bet you I got one of those things where you have to beat enough free quests, yeah. Is it? Have I only done 300 free quests in all these years? Whatever this is, I only need 2 of it. I'll take 10 SQ though. Oh, chat, because people were calling me a whale again, just to showboat. I don't remember where it is, but you know, this shows, you know, that it's free SQ, right? Like, I have 9 paid SQ, and that is from so many years ago from a GSSR, because it won't use the paid SQ until you run out. And I don't ever run out. I can't even remember the time that I used all of my SQ, right? Like, 'cause they don't add a lot of stuff I like these days. But yeah, I've had that paid 9 SQ for like just years and years and years. And yeah, that's from a GSSR like so long ago. And there's no way to fake this. You cannot tell the game, right, to use your paid SQ over your free SQ. It won't do it. It will always use the free SQ. But yeah, all but 9 of this is free, and it always has been. Like, I've shown this on stream over the years, over and over and over and over. Yeah, people are just fucking stupid, dude. Yeah, this guy was just so convinced that not only do I whale, but I whale just as much as all the other, like, content creators. Like, what are you talking about? Like, then why don't I have Castoria? Why do I only have, like, 2 high, you know, NP5 5 stars? Why do I have, like, none of the limited time Gacha CEs? Like, I have none of that shit. Like, not only do I not have, like, any of the limited time Gacha CEs, but the few that I do have, I have, like, 1 copy. Like, how the fuck did that happen? I forgot the daily SQ thing even existed. That would take a long time to get your stock down that way. And I don't think it's been out long enough for me to have, like, done that. And I've shown on stream so many times over the years, like, that menu before the paid daily thing was. Use it now. I really shouldn't, because if I ever well, I guess I can't do a GSSR again. Because like it's such a pain to buy SQ. That's another thing. These fuckers have some. They are really overestimating Green Man. Do you really think I have the fucking patience to figure out what you have to do to buy SQ in NA now? Because like the Google did all the bullshit, you know, years ago, and you can't like just straight do it anymore. I ain't fucking doing that. Are you kidding me? Like, you know, the other fuckers are like, you know, addicted, so like they have to figure it out. I'm not doing that. I am way too fucking lazy for that. I do not give nearly enough shits to figure out. I don't even know what you have to do. I think you have to make like a Japanese profile and like make a fake address or some bullshit. I never looked into exactly what you're supposed to do, but I'm so fucking lazy I won't even do that part. And these fucks think I'm out here wailing. Just dumbest shit I've ever heard. I can't imagine doing that, by the way. Like, that just seems so, like, how, oops, like, that's just absurd. I use DW headquarters as my address. Holy shit, that's a good one, though. All right, let's see. I gotta use something Buster. You know, you could probably use Darius, but it doesn't make sense to use Darius against Berserkers. Fucking Christ, I cannot believe how much this thing is clicking things. But I'm just trying to scroll. I don't think I've ever tried to farm with him. Really, I should be using Mordred, so she gets a 20% extra bond. Well, we could at least use her that a little bit, but because yeah, she's I say close, but 800k is that's a lot. Okay, we're about to be in the 30Ks. That's nice. He's getting there. 56. She probably won't be done today, because as soon as I'm done with MASH, we're out of here, but she'll be close. I would much rather stream Bleak Faith. I have so much hatred for Limbus, and also I have to, how do I explain this? I just don't find Limbus even like fun as a novelty. Like, even though I haven't played it in forever, that game is not fun, especially once you like understand it. When you don't understand it and you're lost in the sauce trying to understand it, then there's some fun, but the second you understand what's going on, it's horrible. And it's just I detest that game, because instead of just having like the class system that a lot of these games have, where this counters this and this counters this, or and then like the Elden Ring system where this enemy's weak to frostbite and slashing damage, right? Or you could be the fire giant and not really weak to anything because fuck you. But you know, they decided, let's do all of it, right? They're just like, let's have 8 systems of this counters this and this counters this, and it's just pure like RPG stuff, like Archer countering Saber, right? Or pierce damage countering this enemy. There's like 5 things of that going on just to act like you have something to care about. That's bullshit. That's not skillful at all, right? That's just like, that's tedious, and it's just RPG nonsense. And then the rest of it is just luck. Right, it's just fucking luck, and like you can slightly maximize your coin flips. That's the game, right? Like, just fuck that nonsense. The fire giant is weak to my magic laser beam. Technically, he's not. If I remember correctly, fire giant is weak to nothing but slashing damage. He's only kind of weak to slashing damage. And then he's like super resistant to frostbite and something else that I don't remember, but he's like super resistant to something else. Yeah, fire giant is really annoying. Also, slashing damage is pretty rare in Elden Ring. You wouldn't think so, because there's so many like swords and bladed weapons, but a lot of them, because I guess the devs thought there's a bit of heft to it, they made it standard damage, right? And standard damage doesn't really have any like, you know, weaknesses or strength. right? So like a lot of swords are standard, they're not slashing. Slashing is actually pretty fucking rare in Elden Ring for some reason. No idea why they did that. Oh yeah, Mordred really is good for farming because she's got the recharge thingamajig. That is definitely the technical term. I don't know why I didn't bring Tom in when I was doing the attack buff, but it probably won't matter. See, if he had battery, that would be even better. But yeah, Limbus Company is basically just maximizing 1,000 things, like bringing Lancer to counter Archer and then bringing this damage type, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, that is not fun. That is like the least fun thing ever. And then it's a bunch of coin flipping, right? Just, I really hate that game. I don't, there's a reason why there's a lot of games that I'll play, not really like it, but I don't harp on it so much. There's a reason I harp on that one, because I really fucking don't like it. And also the player base is just awful. Like the player base acts like it's the second coming of Christ. Like it's just so deep and it's so interesting. And they're just gaslight. Oh, he's Art. Okay, I think he's Buster when you transform. So we kind of fucked that up. Whatever. Actually, we probably won't kill. He's not that high of NP rank. I think I got lucky though. Yeah, he's NP3. That's pretty good. Yeah, I remember I rolled until he was NP2. And then as you got summon tickets from the event, I got another copy of him. And that was pretty sick. I was very happy about that. Woo boy. Nope, that's not happening. All right, that's another failed attempt there. To be fair, I forgot he was Art. I probably could have, and also he missed waiver. He missed Merlin's attack buff. He could have had it. So I don't know if he would have killed, but he might have. Yeah, we probably could have 3-turned that. But yeah, the Limbus community like gaslit everyone into thinking it was the Dark Souls of strategy games, and it is absolutely not that. Also, someone that's a Limbus lover, right? I need the Limbus stan here. I need the argument as to why it's a good thing that in a gacha game, it's the same 12 characters over and over again. And I really have to stress this from their other games, right? Because Limbus Company is the same universe as the whatever the fuck library game and like that other management game of theirs, right? Those games have a huge variety of factions, right? Like in the library game, like every night there's like a different faction trying to raid the library. And such variety in their character designs, right? All these different factions, and you only get a little peek into each faction, right? Because you'll have like a group of them attack the library, and so you'll see like kind of a peek of that faction, and that's it, right? That's it. But so much variety there. And so instead of like having a gacha game where you expand on all these cool characters and factions that they kind of hinted at in the library game, they're like, yeah, no, just these same 12 characters over and 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 over. Like, what the fuck? To focus on those characters in the story. That's not relevant. That is not a relevant argument. Because FGO is focusing on Da Vinci, MASH, the MC, Kadok. It is focusing on those in the story, right? And they're there all of the time. And yet you have a bunch of other characters that are just there for 90% gameplay reasons, right? Like a lot of the characters really they have like their interlude, right? And maybe they were in a event story or something. But that's it. They're not the point of anything, right? They're not getting explored in the Lost Belt, right? Where like not Mozart, Sherlock, got loads of screen time, is super focused on MASH, same deal, Da Vinci, same deal, so on and so forth. There's no connection there, right? You're completely if you wanted to focus on 12 characters, for the most part, you can do that. That's fine. That's not that's has nothing to do with my complaint. Like they're not mutually exclusive. But But yeah, I looked at a lot of the designs from like the library game, and they're so cool. Like the variety is unreal, and it's like, why the fuck is that not what you're getting in that game? It's ridiculous. Let's see. I mean, this could be like Tesla or whatever. I mean, Mordred's really good for this kind of stuff. And then because Mordred's like the 5-star I focused on the most over the years, she's really strong. I got her NP5 and all that. So she's OP as shit. But yeah, I don't see any argument here. But look, now this is obviously my opinion, right? But I mean, whose other opinion would I be giving out, right? Like, you as an individual have your own judgments throughout life, your own life experience, and how much trust you have in yourself, and then how much trust you have in someone else, right? So through my life experience and blah, 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 there's a kind of person I see, you know, in my day-to-day life, or you might see this kind of person arguing online or whatever. But there's a kind of person out there that it's very common in my experience, that are just really bad at separating subjective things from objective things. They're really, 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 really bad at that. And when someone, like, they don't know the difference between, like, good criticism and bad criticism. They don't. And Limbus Company is not unique in this by any means, but Limbus Company definitely, in my experience with it, and you know, reading the Steam forums and the Discord and the Reddit and everything, I at least from the vocal part of it, I see a disproportionate amount of people like that. Now, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of people in all communities like that, and they're more likely to be your vocal minority, right? The people that are just horrible with criticism, be it positive or negative, or subjective or objective, right? And they're unbelievably biased, and the amount of coping they do to like justify their opinion is insane. And I find Limbus is just extra bad about that. And I think it's because the audience it attracted in the single player games, I think, is more on the artsy side and which is fine, nothing wrong with that. But I think there's a lot of people that are emotionally invested in the IP, and a lot of people get very biased because of that, and they just can't hear proper criticism. And again, there's plenty of people like that in all communities, but I find Limbus is extra fucking bad about that. And to me, again, this is my experience, right? So you don't have to agree, but I think this is wise. And my time on Earth, a very useful skill is being able to know where you're being subjective and objective, know where your bias is, and be extra fair against your own bias, right? So like, I know what a lot of my biases are, right? So whenever I'm thinking about that topic or whatever, I'm like extra fair to the opposite of it, if you will, right? And I think that's a really useful thing to do. And what I'm getting at is, I don't find the vocal minority of the Limbus Company community does that at all. Like, the shit that I see them trying to justify, like the copium they're on to try to, like, you know, dispel valid criticism of that game is just, it's crazy. The jumping through hoops that's going on. And, you know, for me personally, I really can't stand that. I really can't stand when, like, and maybe it's something that's not video game related, you know, it could be political views, it could be religious views, it could be business views, right? Whatever it is, there'll be people that just have fucking stupid opinions, right? That just do not hold up to reality, right? Even like basic ass scrutiny or a reality check. And then when you talk to these fucking people, like, they're just the copium. And like, I'm using copium like in the pretty straight sense of it. They're really deluding themselves into trying to justify these beliefs. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And I'm like, when it comes to video games, you don't need to do this. You don't, right? Like, I love Ninja Gaiden Black, right? Love it. Big fan. But it is so easy for me to be like, yep, camera's terrible. Yep, writing's real bad, right? Story's garbage, right? That is just I don't need to defend these things, right? It's not a problem. If someone picks up Ninja Gaiden and doesn't like it because it's got, like, the menus are terrible, right? And it got some old game jank. It really does, right? There's aspects of Ninja Gaiden that have not aged well. And so if I see someone pick it up and really criticizes those things, and those things really prevent them from enjoying it, I don't defend it. Why the fuck would I need to? Right? Because those are valid ass criticisms, and it doesn't stop. It's not like because X streamer is not enjoying Ninja Gaiden Black, it's not like the next time I pick up a controller, they're slapping it out of my hands, right? I can still enjoy the boss fights and the combos and all that kind of stuff. I get to still, you know, I get to enjoy that stuff, right? And if I'm communicating with this person, right, and if I want to convey, right, that I think the jank and the camera and blah, 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 blah is worth putting up with because I like X, Y, and Z enough, right, that's fine, nothing wrong with that. But if those things aren't valuable enough to the person, then they're, you know, that's just a difference of opinion and it's fine. But it's like, I don't get it, right? I don't get it. It's just like people defending FGO. It's stupid as fuck, right? If you like the characters or the story or what, that's fine. But like acting like the UI is good and the game optimization is good and you know, quality of life and all that is good, that's just copium. That is just copium, and or you have absolutely no standards. Like, and I've seen people say this. I've seen a lot of people say this, right? I've seen YouTubers say this. Like they act like getting game experience, playing other games and raising your standards is a bad thing. They're like, oh, this game would have been liked if people just weren't comparing it to this other game that was way better. Right? Like, what the fuck? Right? Like, I've heard that argument in real life as well. Like, it's not just online. I see people in real life say this shit. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like, if I play an action game and it's a, you know, 8 out of 10 quality, so then I go play a different action game that is, you know, very similar to it and it's just worse, right? It has a worse menu and has a worse camera and yada yada yada. It is completely fair for me to what's the word, compare it, right? It's completely fair to compare it to that thing. I lost track of what the fuck. Okay, here we go. It's Tesla time. I got it. Look, what the hell was I doing here? We have honestly too much damage. Like, there's no way he's not doing 129. This should be just massive. Oh my god, that comment, dude. And if I remember correctly, that wasn't the full comment, dude. Dude, that comment, I love how that was 100% serious comment, right? And then Cairo, it had nothing to do with Cairo, right? That was those guys that were like hating on me because I said, you know, a lot of the whales are biased as fuck, which they are. And that whole thing. So all those people that were, you know, super angry at Green Man, that was one of them, right? And they said that like so unironically, right? And then Cairo instantly made a copy pasta out of it, right? I had nothing to do with that shit. Cairo just sniped the hell out of that. And, oh my god. Yeah, Cairo had nothing to do with that drama at all. Yeah, I remember them, like, sniping Jolter, and I'm not even a Jolter fan. And this is kind of what I'm getting at, right? I think my track record speaks for itself. Like, I remember, like, I'm not trying to throw... I don't want to start drama with Plushy Mistress again, right? We buried the hatchet, and we haven't talked about each other, I think, in forever, so it's no problem. But I remember he specifically got annoyed with me because I went way back, right? Way back. And actually, I didn't even know this happened at the time. I learned about it later. But one of the time, I think it was the second time Ku got buffed, I was like, brah, why did you... Because this is like 5 years ago, right? Maybe 6 years ago. You know, a long time ago. But they buffed Ku again, right? And this is like before all the other low star Lancers had been buffed, right? And they were just in terrible, terrible state. And I'm like, how the fuck are you gonna buff Ku, right? And not buff, you know, Romulus, Taiga, Baldy, like all these Lancers that desperately, Diarmid, right? All these Lancers that desperately need to be buffed. Like, how the fuck are you gonna buff Ku, right? And even though I like Ku a lot, and he's like the character I use the most, I am being objective, right? I'm being objective because I can see Ku doesn't need the buff, right? And all these other Lancers really, 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 really need the buff, right? So it's because I like Ku, I know other people like Taiga that much, or like Diarmid that much, or like Baldi that much, right? And they deserve to be buffed way more than Ku does, right? And he was annoyed with me that I'm not like representing my character or whatever, and I'm like, bro, it's called being objective, right? On the subjective side, I can put my subjective side aside, right, and look at it objectively. Now, yeah, subjectively, like I've said many times over the years, obviously I'm gonna take Ku buffs, you know, and laugh all the way to the bank, right? You know, it's not like I'm gonna refuse to do the upgrade quest and not use Ku. Of course, I'm gonna take the upgrade and I'm gonna solo some stupid shit and laugh about it, right? Like, you know, solo Gwen and Camelot, for God's sakes, right? I'll take it, you know, sure, but I can accept the, you know, absurdity of the situation, right? But a lot of people just can't do it, man. They can't. It's everything is so like team. It's like I'm on Team F Go, or I'm on, you know, Team this or that, and I think that's a really, really, really bad mindset to have. Never mind video games. It's just that's not a good mindset to approach life with. And like people oftentimes will like try to mock me or get under my skin by like burning Ku or like, you know, trying to like show off that, you know, they've got a 120 Van Gogh. I don't like, if someone likes Van Gogh, I hope you do have a 120 Van Gogh, right? It just kind of outs them for what their mindset is. When you think that's like a good insult, it's because you think that way, right? When you think, oh, I'm gonna get under this guy's skin by burning Ku, right, and showing off how much I like Van Gogh or whatever, it's because you're, that to you is what matters, because you're gonna get annoyed if someone burns Van Gogh or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a fuck, right? Like, I could see plenty of reasons why people wouldn't like Ku, by the way. Like, I don't know, he's wearing a blue skin-tight rubber suit, you know, that's you know, that's a pretty decent reason. Yeah, Joe, watch them buff the Dragon Lolly, by the way. Like, watch them do that. You know, she's in, like, the top, you know, chunk of Lancers. And you got, like, Enkidu and all them. I mean, they buffed Enkidu, for God's sakes, so it'll happen. I wouldn't bat an eyelash at it. I don't know why the hell that's a saying. Yeah, where's my Ku costume? That's what I want. I don't need a Ku buff. I need a Ku costume and an animation update, because he had one of the first animation updates ever, and it wasn't good then. I wasn't crazy about it even when he first did it, and it just, you know, he still kind of got a bobblehead and everything, so yeah, it'd be nice if they could fix that shit. Yeah, I just want the straight costume from Hollow, but they don't do that a lot. They've done it a few times where they'll take something straight, but in recent years, they've especially gotten on about this thing, about like them being different, like similar but different. If they're referencing like the Fate Hollow costume for Ku, they'll just make it different. They're just, and man, you can, I think this is gonna go out into a lot of stuff, because look at what's the game, Star Rail, right? They did a Fate collab with Star Rail, and like Emiya has a different design, and Artoria has a different design, right? They're just, yeah, Akko getting added, and she lost the jeans and everything. Yeah, they're really on about, even Bazette's still wearing a suit, but it's a different suit, right? They've really been about that in recent years. If Fujino and Shiki avoided that, but I think if they were added now, I don't think that they would avoid it. He totally doesn't need K-Scope, by the way, but doing Mordred on all three waves is very doable. I haven't really seen the Artora costume. I only saw like a close-up of it, so I couldn't even tell what it looked like. Is she out yet? I don't even know. Yeah, with Arcade, what they should have just done, and look, I actually don't mind if you make other designs. Like, who doesn't want variety? Like, what the fuck? But they have 3 Ascensions and costume slots. So just add the like traditional look for one of the stages, or a costume. There you go. Problem solved, right? Like, no more arguing, right? Clearly no one's gonna ever argue on the internet again. But yeah, I don't understand why they'll have like 3 to 5 like different art options, and all 3 to 5 of them will be different than the thing people wanted. And I'm just like, just do the traditional thing for one stage, right? I don't think I'm asking for too much here. I think this is a pretty low bar we're setting here. Oh, is the collab not out yet? They got mad at MiHoYo for changing the designs. Dude, did you guys, here's what I just said. Did you guys notice how I just assumed that Type Moon did it? I didn't look into this, chat. I said that on faith, right? I didn't look into this situation at all. I just instantly assumed that obviously Type Moon changed the designs because I have paid attention, right? If people are jumping to the conclusion that MiHoYo is doing this, they are so stupid. They are so stupid. Like, how are these fuckers like not paying attention to what these guys do? Like, holy hell. Like, if the reason I said that without looking into it is because I would have bet money on that it was Type Moon that did it, right? And if someone if someone in chat was going to correct me and I was looking out for that, I would be like, oh, I guess MiHoYo did it. But then if someone had said that, I would have just said, regardless, look at all these other times that they changed it anyway, like with Akko and Bazette and so on and so forth, right? Bait fans and not reading. Yeah, well, you know, what are you gonna do? Look at this. I can barely see it. I like the meme though, because yeah, no, it's made by the original artist. I can't even tell what the difference in the art is other than like she's showing more leg, which I always find it funny when people get like mad. It's like a, you know, back in the day it used to be boobs, right? And then now it's just like I saw wrists and it's over, right? It's like that's how we're progressing these days. I will say though, you really should have like an option to have like the armor or not, right? Because like the armor look is like really iconic. I'm just saying. That image doesn't load, by the way. I don't know why, but every time Lost like links anything, it like never works. I don't know why. All right, new stage, don't know what it is. I mean, the setup I'm using is very effective, but let's try Tom again, because now we got the art. Although I actually need Tesla Bond. I would really like Tesla to be Bond 10. He's like Bond 8 or something. God, it takes way too long to get Bond. So was this a I had no idea this was a drama. What the fuck? This is such tame art. Okay, I will say this. You should still add, again, the like totally vanilla design, because obviously people like that a lot. But just do both. Like, what the fuck? I was expecting it to be a lot weirder than that. But yeah, I still would say, because people, you know, hype the original thing and they obviously want to see the original thing, then you should just do that. But yeah, Type Moon really is on about making, you know, different versions of the characters, like costumes and stuff in the different games. I mean, dude, bro, again, it wasn't the devs, it was Type Moon in Melty Blood, right? How Ushi looks different and stuff like that, right? They are just so on about that. Is SI self-insert? And if so, yes. Like, it might be slightly less of a self-insert than in a lot of other games, but not by any significant amount. Oh, I agree. Melty Blood Ushi looks better. I 1000% agree. But I'm sure there is someone out there that, for some reason, liked the original design, right, and was annoyed that, hey, my favorite character is getting added to the fighting game that I like, and then their design is different, right? So I'm sure someone felt that way. So again, you just make a. The way her art was and the way color palettes work, it'd have been very easy to implement something at least very similar to the original design, right? Like, I don't like Ushi's original design. It looks like her clothes went through a blender. I'm not like, oh my god, I saw human skin. It's just, it doesn't look good, right? I don't think the design is good. But, you know, because it's the original design, of course some people want that, and, you know, it would not have been hard to implement it, so. Actually, I don't think it really is obvious why they put clothes on Ushi, because they're the ones that decided to take them off of Ushi. Ushi's original design we've never seen, but a lot of people think it's the Melty Blood design, because it was also used in a craft essence, because we know from the designer of Ushi that Ushi had more clothes on, and then they specifically said, show more skin. Like, that was the feedback they got from Type Moon, so then they changed it, right? And that's, I think that's why she looks so bad, by the way. Because the designer didn't design, because plenty of revealing clothes look fine, but they weren't designed for that, right? It's pretty obvious they made a character and they were just like, okay, just delete these parts and fuck it, right? Which is lazy, but I think pretty sure that's what happened, and that's why her clothes just look awful. But yeah, for whatever reason, Type Moon said that, so. Yeah, Akko, again, they should have just had a stage or a costume to use the original design, and then there you go. I don't know why they're like this. I have way more battery than I need yet again. Alright, let's see the damage. Gotta do 128. You can probably do it. I should do the Buster card first, but whatever. Oh yeah, Helena was another one where the Type Moon told them to change the design. The original design is way better. Also, it's green, but she wasn't a lolly, so that was nice. Do you think Siegfried can beat Ku lore-wise? Not really. That's a pretty horrible match for him. That's like so bad. That's like the worst thing ever. Like, Bolg counters almost everything Siegfried does. Like, if there's plot armor, anybody can beat anyone, all right? Can we all just accept this, right? Like, I would like to remind everyone that Zig beat Karna, okay? You know, Shiro beat Gilgamesh, right? So anybody can beat anybody, right, if the writer wants it to be so. But, like, that is just the worst matchup. So the armor that Siegfried has doesn't work on Bolg at all, right? So Omega fucked. Ku is extremely maneuverable, so it'd be very difficult to hit him with Siegfried's NP, and even if he did hit him, he's not a dragon, so Ku has runes in his armor, which, by the way, Type Moon forgets about this pretty often, but Ku has runes in his armor, if you can call it that, that automatically activate, so he doesn't have to do it. It automatically activates if an NP attacks him, and it says in his character material book it's capable of blocking a great NP, and it's debatable if it could block like Excalibur or something, but because Ku's not a dragon, Siegfried's NP is not as strong, and it could definitely block that. So even if you somehow hit Ku, it's probably getting blocked, and even if you get through the shield, it's not going to do full damage, and Ku has battle continuation, and he can reset, and it just, like, what the fuck? That's a horrible matchup. Ku's faster than him. Ku's, I would easily say, he's more skilled than him. Not that Siegfried is unskilled, but, like, Siegfried was very, very, very outclassed by both Karna and Achilles, and what they've said about Ku is, like, you know, Ku's not going to get blown out of the water by anybody. He's, you know, one of the most skilled melee people you're going to run into. So there's no way Siegfried is better than him, like, no shot. So Ku is more skilled, has abilities that counter Siegfried's abilities greatly. Like, there's not, I mean, I don't see anything in Siegfried's corner at all. What's Siegfried's luck? That doesn't really matter, because if you have good luck, you still get hit by Bolg, right? It's still really bad. But let me see what his luck stat is. Let's see. His luck stat is... Why did they make it so hard to find this? Okay, his luck is E. His luck is E, right? I mean, this is just the worst match that has ever existed, right? Like, he will just instantly die to Bolg, right? Like, it's so fucking over. Also, Bolg costs, like, no mana. Like, Ku is an insanely mana-efficient servant. I mean, this is hopeless. This might be I don't know where you came up with this matchup. It's a very random one, but that might be the worst match I've seen for Siegfried ever. Very, very bad. But what if Ku has Proto Ku Master? Well, yeah, that might get you killed against anybody. Yeah, it's not ideal. Honestly, even with Kota Mine, he'd still beat Siegfried because Volg would take him out. All right, I think I only beat this once. Okay, I really should. I really should use Tesla because I very much want Tesla on. All this Ku hate, dude. I mean, to be fair, Ku did not lose. It's so weird that people like act like Ku lost to Artoria. I don't see how you can look at that fight and be like, yeah, Artoria won that. You know, the part where she has her face in the dirt and has a giant hole in her chest and Ku's unharmed. Yeah, wow, Artoria really won that one. Like, she got wrecked, and then I like how in the visual novel and the anime, Ku is blatantly trying to get her to follow him, right? He really wants her to do that. Because he's not afraid of her, and if she follows him, it's technically the second time that they fight, and then he's not being nerfed by Kota Mine anymore, right? So then he'll really whoop her ass, right? So he was totally ready for more fighting. Yeah, it's really weird that, like, she did 0 damage to Ku, and then she has a giant hole in her chest, and it's like, yep, Artoria won, guys. Totally. And like, she was obviously being nerfed by Shiro because Shiro is a piece of shit master, but so was Ku. Like, very much so. We don't talk about Kirby. We don't talk about that. I don't even know. The thing is, Kirby is portrayed so inconsistently. Like, for example, the amount of like suction that is happening in the various games in anime and stuff is actually not very impressive compared to like Dragon Ball Z or Fate and whatnot. But sometimes it is, right? Like, if you look at like the amount of like the environment, how much it's being disturbed by is inhaling, right? It's not that strong, right? It's like, you know, within the realm of mortals, right? Like it's not crazy. You're not inhaling a servant, right? But then randomly, like during boss battles and major parts in like the anime or whatever, it's way fucking stronger, right? So yeah, I have no idea. But if he does inhale somebody, you know, then he gets their powers. So, you know, good luck. Yeah, I actually stand by Kota Mine is a worse master for Ku than Shiro is for Artoria, because at least Shiro isn't trying to sabotage Artoria. Kota Mine is actively trying to sabotage Ku, right? So, yeah, not that I would be like wanting to work with a master like fucking Shiro. That would be awful, but it could be worse. Yeah, I do know he can inhale stuff, and this is always portrayed this way in all the games, all of them. He can inhale things that aren't just like, you know, typical rocks and stuff. You know, he can inhale like energy attacks and, you know, weird shit that you wouldn't expect. Well, they do kind of nerf Ku, but with his plot armor. You know, he's always in bad circumstances. He's always nerfed. Like, even in FGO, he's nerfed. He's not summoned properly in FGO. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah, he's like Omega nerfed in FGO. I think they kind of forgot about that, though, because they say that in his profile, and they said that in some of his interludes, but then they kind of, like, they started referencing him in ways that completely contradict what they said in his profile and in those interludes. So, his summoning is supposed to be fucked up, so he's not supposed to have his runes and stuff, but then he uses his runes in his skills, and his new voice lines reference him using the runes. Just like, what the fuck, right? Like, it's so messed up. By the way, Ku was about to fight Artoria in the Fate route a second time. And to be clear, like when Ku fights Curse Arm, Ku is. I hate the anime for this. This really sucks for like being a Ku fan, because in the visual novel, it's really obvious that Ku is so much stronger than Curse Arm, and Ku is not even slightly threatened by Curse Arm, right? At all. And there's no Bulg versus like Curse Arm's in P. That never happens. That was so fucking stupid. That's just anime bullshit. But anyway, so the visual novel makes it really obvious that Ku is just absolutely deleting Curse Arm. I mean, that's just a horrible matchup for Curse Arm. But Ku is being nerfed by Kotomine in that fight, right? Just like everyone else, he's getting nerfed. But the anime makes it look like Curse Arm can just hold his own against Ku. It's fucking ridiculous, right? And there's no way like Curse Arm could stand in a melee fight with Ku. That's just the dumbest shit I've ever seen. And again, all the Bulg versus Curse Arms in P, that is just not a thing. That just does not happen. So yeah, the anime was like Ku slander there, which was kind of annoying. But anyway, back to my point is, the only time Ku ever gets to fight unnerfed, well, I mean, he still doesn't have, he's always nerfed because Kotomine is not sending him mana at all, right? He does not support Ku in any way. So he is being nerfed, but he gets, the only time he gets to fight without the command spell on him is against Emiya. And it's presumed that when he's fighting Gilgamesh, he finds a way out of it. Like, he resets with Disengage, and it's, like, considered the second fight with Gilgamesh. That's never confirmed. We don't know a lot about what happens, but it'd be very weird if Ku could last so long against Gilgamesh without him somehow getting rid of the command spell. But yeah, the only time you ever see Ku without Kotomine nerfing him is Emiya. That's it. Never any time other than that. And in FGO, he's nerfed as well. So they just fucking hate Ku, man. I don't... It's because he's got a very, very strong toolkit because he's Irish Hercules, right? But then he's never the main character, right? So it just fucks things up. So they just always find ways to, you know, screw with Bulg or whatever. Oops, I keep messing up because I'm not paying attention. Without plot armor, who's a good match for Ku? Like, fighting Ku? I mean, there's always Hercules because he can survive Bulg. Shit like that. You know, Gilgamesh, obviously, right? What a surprise, guys. Gilgamesh is good at killing people. You know, people that have, like, just outrageous... you know, like, blow up a city, you know, AoE stuff, so you don't even have to get close to them, right? And like, you don't have to be worried about Bulg or any of that stuff. And there's plenty of people like that. Aussie might work because of the whole, you know, immortality thing when the Sphinxes are alive. I think I fucked this up. Yeah, those off the top of my head make sense. Like, I mean, Nazu said, and I agree with this, it is possible for Ku to beat Hercules, right? He's not favored, though. Because Bulg is going to work more than one time. Hercules doesn't become immune to something, especially something that hits you directly in the heart like that. He's not going to become immune to it immediately, so he'll die a few times to that. And Ku has a real variety of stuff. So it's and I think Nasu's saying that Ku can beat Hercules. He's kind of implying that Ku has some runes that would probably be relevant, and shit like that. But it's still a very bad matchup for Ku because Hercules' stats are insane. You know, your straight melee ability is going to be, you know, pretty much worthless because of the way Hercules works. It's just very, 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 very bad. But yeah, Gilgamesh obviously is a big one. Richard. That depends. Like, obviously, the longer the fight goes, the better it is for Richard. It kind of depends on, like, how seriously both of them are taking it. Ku's runes would be very effective, though, because his Excalibur, like, doesn't do a whole lot of damage at once, and then Ku is so fast. But yeah, it just depends. Like, if Ku is, like, super serious and is, like, being very cutthroat and just trying to kill Richard as fast as possible, I do think Ku would win, because I think even if he survived one Bulg, it's going to hurt him enough that he's going to get Bulged again. Because Bulg is really special. You never see it used this way, but if you read the character material book, it's very easy to spam, right? It's very quick to use. It takes very little mana. It's like an aspect of it, right? An effect that it has is that it's very efficient, right? It's very quick to use and it's very low mana cost. So if Ku is going for the kill, he'd probably kill Richard before Richard ramped up enough. But if Ku is fucking around and whatnot and Richard ramps up, I mean, Richard is so fucking scary if he lives for a while because he's like Sonic the Hedgehog just zipping around everywhere, like Achilles style, which is such a shame because the only time you ever see Achilles using his speed is against Atalante, and that's after Chiron shot him in the heel and nerfed his speed by 70 fucking %. And he's still faster than like anything you'd ever seen, right? So that's so unfortunate. I need Bond thing. What about Achilles or Chiron? What, versus Richard? Achilles is really hard to fight because I will say though, Achilles is always possible to beat if he has like a master, because Achilles is an outrageous mana hog. So but Achilles is like unbelievably top tier. I mean, like, he's one of the most famous people ever, and they gave him a toolkit to reflect that, you know, as they're supposed to do. So like, he's got, you know, the insanely good defensive NP. He's just unbelievably fast. Like, even at Richard at his max, I don't think is blowing Achilles out of the water. He may even be losing at speed. Again, we only see Achilles with his speed nerfed by 70 fucking %, and he's just unbelievably fast. And he's got the big nuke chariot. He's unbelievably skilled. Like, and also, I tell you what, I really think if it depends on circumstance, right? Because both Achilles and Richard are not idiots, and they will do things based on like circumstance and what their master needs or what the war needs and stuff. But I would say in most circumstances, Achilles would probably like Richard enough to use the spear, and Richard would agree, right? And they can pick whatever terms they want, right? Because you're allowed to like nerf and buff and blah 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 blah, right? So, you know, in a straight skill fight, I think Achilles would absolutely win. Like, I love Richard to death, but Achilles is just, I mean, he's like one of the, again, most famous heroes ever, and they don't really show this too well in the anime, but I mean, he's one of the most skilled warriors ever. I mean, like, he obliterates, like, Karna is shown to be better at melee than Siegfried, but Siegfried can hold his own. Against Achilles, Siegfried cannot hold his own. He gets absolutely obliterated, and he's fighting Achilles with Frankenstein, right? Whereas Karna, it's one-on-one, and he can keep up, but he's losing. But against Achilles, he's getting obliterated, and it's like a joke. Like, Achilles isn't even trying, and Frankenstein is there. I mean, Achilles is just crazy top tier, dude. That guy is so fucking strong. I wish I have Achilles on my account. Well, it's time to save up. He'll get, because he'll be part of the generic banners, right? The generic banners they do. He'll be part of that. So yeah, just save up, and maybe if you don't have enough next time he's up, then, you know, do it the time after that. But you can definitely get him. I love Achilles. I love using him on my ult because he's amazing in AoE. He's great in farming, and he's got really good single target with the crits and stuff. He's so much fun to use. His Bond CE is great. Like, he's I think he's such a great Grand Rider pick, because if they throw out AoE stages, he'll be great for them. If they throw out single target stages, he'll be good for them. And that Bond CE that he's got is so good. So yeah, he's looking sick as fuck. I mean, honestly, if there's no plot armor and people have just decent masters, Achilles is gonna whoop most servants. Like, he is tough as fuck, man. Oh, let's see. Yeah, do you like Veach with Mordred, Merlin? That is really good farm. I think Mordred really is a slept-on farming unit, especially if you're like one of those people that, you know, has her really upgraded, be it because you really like Mordred or because you're a whale getting everything, because she's got that refund thing, right, which is good, and it's very good when you're using Veach. And she hits quite hard because upgraded NP, big damage ups, attack up, buster up, right? So it hits very hard, high attack stat, so big meaty smacks, and then she counters Lancers and Berserkers, obviously, and then she has Anti-Saber as a passive. That's 3 classes that she can really whoop on. And because she's got an attack up and a buster up and all that, if you have her at a high NP rank, she'll do really well against a lot of other classes as well if you're not having to deal with like the really, really big like final wave massive HP or whatever. So yeah, I think Mordred is just such a useful unit. Yeah, I love Achilles. Achilles is in my top favorites. Like, he's in my top 5, I think. Like, I really like Achilles. And thankfully, he was portrayed pretty well in the anime. Like, they definitely didn't show off how, like, strong he was. They really downplayed some of his fight scenes. But they still showed him off well enough. But I definitely like him more in the books. He's got some scenes with, like, Shakespeare that aren't in the anime that were pretty cool. So, man, the APOC anime just... They just... God, they cut way too much stuff. Crazy how much stuff they cut. Both the fight scenes and just like the character moments and stuff. Oh yeah, and the saber face. Those show up all, like, anyone who's been playing this game for a long time knows there's been many farming nodes and whatnot that have one of the Artoria faces. Like, seriously, Mordred has just been awesome for me over the years for farming. Just incredible. And if you are using Beach, like real strong stuff like that, like the synergy with the Buster making NP thing and her overcharge is great. Oh, wow, Vanilla Free Quest giving gold gems. That was probably the 3rd time. And have I done one of these stages more than 3 times? I don't know if anyone's paying attention, but it wouldn't shock me if I've accidentally done that. Okay, at least not with this one. I don't know what I'm getting all this SQ for, but I'm certainly getting it. Are we done with this one? Yeah. Oh, no, one more. Only got to do it twice, though. Dude, a fight I would kill to see with like just like a top tier writer doing it, because the writer is really important. Like, the worse the writer, the more likely it is for it to just be bullshit and whatnot. But good writer, no plot armor. So the best way to have no plot armor is to have 2 characters fight that neither of which is like the main character or even going to like matter with like the final fight and whatnot. Like, they're really disconnected from that. Because like, who needs, you know, what the plot needs is just such a, you know, big thing. But anyway, good writer, circumstances that won't have bullshit plot armor. I want to see Karna versus Achilles, because they talk about it and hint at it and stuff. They're on the same team, ironically, but like they acknowledge that the only servant even like in the league of Karna in APOC is Achilles, and like there's, you know, some hints at like, well, what would happen if they fought, and they just have really interesting abilities against each other. I really, when you look at their character material books and you get really nerdy about it, I don't think it's super clear who would win. It's pretty interesting. It's so, my money's really not on either of them, because like Karna's NP is a hell of a thing, and although Achilles' shield stopped it, it only stopped it barely, and it had the help of like Frankenstein galvanization, Siegfried's NP, and being command spell boosted and all, you know, so I don't think it would straight block it actually. And Achilles has divinity. So that makes Karna's NP stronger. But, you know, obviously Achilles' shield is still crazy strong, and Achilles is unbelievably fast and unbelievably skilled, and he's got the chariot. I mean, it's really interesting, but Karna's got the armor, right? So I really don't know. That's a just crazy ass matchup. The real problem is they're both so capable, right, of defeating the other. And they both have such strong toolkits that it will inevitably come down to what the writer wants to have happen. I mean, that's just, because it's not one of those matchups where it's like it's so bullshit that you couldn't have like Boudica beat Gilgamesh, right? That's so fucking stupid, right? You can't get away with that. But yeah, because it's so close, it really will just be decided by what the writer wants. But yeah, I like them both a lot, and yeah, I don't even know why am I over team cost here? Why is she on the, what is happening? Like, what is this? Why did my team suddenly change? Why is she on the, what the fuck is going on here? I think it changed my preset or something. Santa Achilles. Let me start. What was Green cooking? I have no idea. I have no idea what that was. We don't talk about that. Okay, so we finally have archers. I really do want Mordred Bond, but if there was ever a time not to do that. There's Valkyrie Assassin. I'm so sick of, I'm absolutely not clicking anything, and it's just like, oh, you want to click this thing? She's AoE, but NP1, etc., etc. There's Gray, not the best farming unit, but acceptable. Honestly, I think the smart thing to do, this might be, it just doesn't hurt to do this at least once. Like just full support. Now, Mash would be better as even Jufu, right? But we'll see how this does. What is my? Oh boy, we're getting close. Let's go. Get this shit over with. Ooh, I'm surprised he doesn't have more bond than that because he's a good farming unit. I would love it if Achilles got to be the main character. That'd be awesome. There are so many characters that deserve the main character spotlight, and I fuck F go. I mean, like in a book or whatever. So, because of plot armor, they often portray Gwaine and Lancelot as like very comparable. But logically, I think Gwaine is so favored. Like, look, I love Lancelot to death, but there is just no way. It is pure plot armor that like Lancelot survives his fight with him. It don't make any sense. Gwaine's stats are just astronomically higher than Lancelot's, and he's skilled enough to at least keep up. And then his NP like is one of the largest AoE NPs ever. There is no fucking way you can dodge it, and Lancelot has no defense for it. He doesn't have like a defensive NP. That is just death. Like, I actually think they kind of fucked up with Gwaine, right? And because of this, I think Gwaine gets negative plot armor like as much as like Hercules does, because Gwaine without the sun buff is a monster. He has incredibly good stats, and he's very skilled, and he has very powerful abilities. He is a top tier servant without the sun. And then they're like, yeah, he gets 3 times stronger with the sun. It's just bullshit. Like, most of the cast cannot fight that, right? Like, again, Lancelot's great, but he has like the worst toolkit on the planet to fight Gwaine because he has no defense. He does have very good armor, but he does not have a defensive NP or anything like that. So there's really no way to survive Gwaine's NP. And then even if Gwaine doesn't use his NP, he has just like over 3 times the stats of Lancelot. Like, you hit him with your sword and your sword breaks. I mean, you're fucked, right? Gwaine's broken. He is so broken, but the stories never respect that because it's kind of because something is so strong. They want their pet character that they want to do well. Like, yeah, they can keep up with Gwaine even when Gwaine has the sun buff, right? Like, it's just stupid. Like, it makes no sense. Like, total BS. Yep, most of them don't know what triple means. I mean, you look at what his stats are without the sun, and then you're like, okay, it's 3 of that, right? It's broken. They really should have. This would still be busted. It should have just doubled his stats. That's still busted as fucking. He would still just destroy most servants. But triple is just like, what the hell? It'd be one thing if his stats were low, but they're not. Dude, Nero versus Gwaine is what I'm talking about. Like, and thankfully it's famous for this. Most people are not delusional enough to not realize this. The amount of plot armor that Nero had there to just somehow survive. And I like how they fundamentally changed Gwaine's NP, right? And you can't argue this, right? In all of Gwaine's portrayals, in his character material book, in the FGO, and all the games like Link, Extella, blah, 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 Gwaine's NP is always this giant fucking AoE, right? And that's like its thing, is it's abnormally large, right? And then, after the anime, it goes right back to being portrayed that way again, and like other games and stuff. But for some reason, against Nero, it just randomly is more like regular Excalibur Blast, right? Like, which, just regular size. just fucking randomly. And it's because Nasu wrote it, and Nasu is without shame, it talks about this. I mean, he will just warp things to make what he wants happen to show off the characters in the light he wants to show them off, and that's just what he does. He just writes that way. He's very character driven. But yeah, it's just pure fucking plot armor. It's like, oh, suddenly Gwane's NP just functions completely differently than it always has, and then it immediately goes back to the way it was, right? It's just so bullshit. I have not tested Percival enough to know if it's better to have the art up for the NP gain versus having the battery next time. I have no idea, but I guess I have enough battery regardless, so I guess you just do it. But yeah, I haven't really paid attention to that. Yeah, Nasu gets very like in-depth about the rules and gets very D&D about it, and then he'll just throw it out the window for contrivance to get what he wants done. So that is very much Nasu. The Fates rate, it's really, there's like, I wish more people read this interview because people like don't believe me when I say this shit. Even though if you have any objective brain, it's obvious from their writing. You don't need to hear Nasu's words. Like just from Nasu's writing, you can detect that he writes this way. But there's an interview at the end of one of the Fate Strange Fake books where the writer of Fate Strange Fake is talking about, and he's like with Nasu, he's talking about like how he's like, he'll obsessively go back and read the character material books and try to make sure he's using the abilities correctly and blah, 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 blah. And then Nasu's just like, nah, fuck it. I just, you know, do what I need to make it work and blah, 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 blah. Like they're just kind of like laughing about how they're opposites like that. And like how he's like trying to be internally consistent and Nasu doesn't give a fuck. And which is fine, you know, it's, you know, Nasu can do whatever he wants. But it's just really funny, like how like nonchalant Nasu is about this shit, and then the community acts like that's not the case. Yeah, they act like Olympus Company elitists, like the writing is impeccable and everything is, you know, exactly how it should be and blah blah blah. I should have done the battery differently so I had the NP gain up effect. Whoops. So tempted to do Mash's NP there. Yeah, pretending the Oreo call stuff is not filler, dude. Holy hell. Dude, I'm just, this is why old people just either just stop interacting or just get jaded or whatnot, is because like, bro, the whole like Copium Defender thing where people are being like super like unobjective, right? They're being so biased and so emotional and all. I have seen that so many times, from the console wars, from like the fucking GameCube and PlayStation 2 to just, I mean, I've just seen it over and over and over, and I'm just like, I am so sick of this shit, right? Like, I am just so fucking over it. Boy, this worked, but it absolutely could have been better. We didn't even need waiver. Like, bro, we have an extra 50% battery, attack up, you know, all that nonsense. I'm gonna do the attack up just because I want to see the big numbers, but yeah, goddamn. Bro, the people like arguing there's no plot armor and unlimited blade works, and it's one of the most extreme examples of plot armor I've ever seen. It's not the most extreme, that goes to Gundam Wing, but like unlimited blade works has really bad plot armor. Like it is such a textbook example of it. Like, and there is nothing wrong with being a fan of the things that like someone criticizes. Like that's the thing. Like people hear like criticism and like, oh, that means if I agree with this, it means I can't like this thing. And of course you can like this thing. I like Gundam Wing. It's garbage. Like it has terrible dialogue, right? It has a few moments of good dialogue, but it has overall is very bad dialogue. It has the worst plot armor I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of bullshit, and it has the worst plot armor I have ever seen, and reverse plot armor, right? Garbage, so fucking garbage, right? It has no logical consistency, like internal logic, right? Everything is just there are so many objective things wrong with Gundam Wing, right? One, it's so easy to just rate it like a 3 out of 10, right? But I love it because Leo is awesome and Tallgeese is awesome. I like the music, I like the sound effects. Trace is cool, right? Lasers go burr, right? You know, so I like it anyway, right? But I will never, if someone's like making valid criticisms of it, I don't need to defend it. I'd be like, yep, totally true, and I love it anyway, right? And if they ask, I'll tell them why I love it. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with, you know, liking things for, you know, whatever reasons you have, right? Like, Jesus, and you just accept the criticism if it's valid, and you try to have a good enough brain to be able to take your emotions and put them aside and look at things objectively, right? Yeah, G Gundam has some people that unironically act like it's a masterpiece. And you know, there are things about it that are totally worth liking. I see why people like it, but there's a lot wrong with it too. When people get older, they have more opportunities to wise up. Although in recent years, like, studies have shown people are like maturing less, and like that teenage mentality like is lasting longer, which I think is why a lot of this is happening. Like, there's just, people are extra stupid for longer, unfortunately. So I'm sure TikTok is not helping. I blame the parents, really, though. Like, if you have an epidemic of stupid people, and like in America, for example, our IQ is going down every generation, right? That's bad parenting. That is just bad parenting. And when you have bad parents, you're more likely to be a bad parent, and the cycle continues, right? Like, it's, people like to blame this, that, and blah, blah, blah. It's the fucking parents, right? Jesus Christ. That's really all it boils down to. I'm just gonna do Percival again because that was so fucking effective. And imagine if Nash was something else, giving like art up, like Jufu or whatever. Like, holy fuck, man. Because, like, schools can make it worse, right? Culture can make it worse, right? There's plenty of things that can make things worse, but the root cause is the fucking parents. Those are your direct role models, right? Nothing shapes your life more than that. And, yeah, when you have just absolute stupidity everywhere, that is definitely the fucking parents' fault. Yeah, for me, I just forever, I've always been very capable of just separating, you know, my subjective likes, right, from objective things, right? That's never been difficult for me, right? And it's never been difficult for me either if someone's like naming off the things they don't like about something that I like. If you can see, like, oh yeah, this is true. Like, if they say, you know, the pacing is bad, or, you know, the camera is bad, or, you know, the scaling on the enemies is bad, right? Like, if it's like, yeah, that's true, right? I can just accept that, right? Like, yeah, that is a thing. And if that's a big deal for you, then yeah, fair enough. That has never been difficult for me. I've never at any point in my life, I guess it's because I think I know what it is. I was exposed to the console wars. Because now that I think back on it, there was a short period of time where I was kind of like stupid like that. And I do remember kind of it's being like, it was so obvious, right, that like you would see a good game on so like the big one was Xbox versus PlayStation 2, I think it was at the time, and then 360 versus PlayStation 3, right? That was a really big one. And pretty early on, I could not be in such denial, and I was kind of on the sidelines, but I had that mindset of that, maybe with like I didn't like Gundam Seed at first, right? Because it was like a different Gundam and shit like that. But when looking at the console wars and how blatantly it was like the same mindset, and I could see, like, look, you got these Xbox fans acting like every single game on PlayStation is garbage, right? And like some of these are blatantly not garbage. And you have these PlayStation fans acting like every game on Xbox is garbage. And some of these games are blatantly not garbage, right? And it was just so easy to see what was happening and how they were warping it to like fit their agenda and like try to not have buyer's remorse or whatever, right? And like, and they'd feel, you could just tell they'd feel stupid if they admitted, like, you know, that something was good on another console, like I made the wrong decision or something. And I throughout my years, I see this very clearly in people, and you might think I'm wrong about this, right? Like maybe you know, I'm not wise enough, but this is how I see it, is a lot of people, here's an example. I bought Dragon's Dogma 2 day one, and it was expensive. It was one of those games that was more than $60. And that game turned out to be really shit. I had massive buyer's remorse. But I at least have enough brains to just accept that and be like, yep, I fucked up on that one, right? But a lot of people, they can't take it. They cannot, they don't want to, like, and they see it as, if I like this anime and I accept that
these criticism this guy is making is valid, then I'm stupid for liking it, right? They instantly like internalize it that way, which that's dumb. You shouldn't do that, right? But people absolutely do that, and I can just see it clear as day in some people where like they are so resistant to the argument the other side's making, and they're just huffing copium, right, trying to make the other person not valid when the other person is so blatantly valid, right? And like I'm sure you guys have seen this on the sidelines. It's easier to see it on the sidelines than if you're in it, especially if you are emotional. But I'm sure you guys have seen like an argument on YouTube or on like just Discord or in real life or whatever, right? When you have two people disagreeing about something and one side is just making extremely good points and is backing them up and is just, you know, clearly, you know, got valid points, and even if the other side has some valid points, they're not like accepting the valid points their opponent has, right? And you're just watching them like go through copium and just like, dumbass reasons to try to dispel the other side, and because you're like not invested, right? You don't care about either side. You can just see it really clearly, right? You can just see how this person is like just grasping at straws, right? And it's just when you see that, right, especially from the sidelines, you should try to be you know, like when you're having a conversation about something, is don't be that guy, right? And then it devolves into insults, and it's great. I've never minded insults, especially on the internet, because the internet's not real, as long as there's substance to the argument as well, right? Like, there's been people that have like criticized me or not like my opinions or my videos or whatever, and some of them are just like, it's just insults, nothing else, and that's like worthless. But then if it's like they don't like me and they have reasons, and like that's fine, and then they insult me on top of that, then it's just, you know, whatever. That's just, humans do that. It's no big deal. I just think it's bad when you have no substance, right? And then you insult. I think it's better when you don't insult people. It generally is just a much better way of communicating, but like I know humans are emotional, and like it's not necessarily reasonable to like always expect the other person not to at least be somewhat emotional, right? You should be mature enough to be able to, you know, see valid points, like I was saying, but you know, you're going to be a human, right? And so you're still maybe not going to like the other person in the heat of the moment or whatever, right? And I kind of accept that because that's pretty basic human nature. Okay, so I actually want this thing. The last time I didn't have that MP gain up. I honestly enjoy online arguments because the stakes aren't very high. People think the stakes are high, but they're actually not high at all. So it's kind of, it's like playing laser tag, right? Or paintball, right? You get to have, you know, some fun with engaging in verbal, you know, back and forth. But there really aren't any fucking stakes. This shit does not matter, right? So it's like a safety net, right? Like how paintball, you're probably not going to die, right? You know, that's kind of nice. Now, the sadness is when people get so lost in that. Mash did nothing this entire time, by the way. She never buffed anyone. She never did nothing. Just Jufu or something would be way better. But anyway, it's sad when people are so lost in the sauce that they think the shit is like their identity is at stake, right? And that's like all the problems I was talking about earlier in the stream, and that makes it even worse. Their identity is tied to that I like this game or that game or this console or whatever the fuck it is. There are things you should put your identity in, and it's not those, right? Yeah, you should put your identity in like having integrity, right? Like being consistent with your beliefs and why you believe them, and sticking to them even when it's hard, right? That's something worth sticking to, right? That's like the highest thing to me, right? Or just being honest, for God's sakes. That's something worth staking your identity on, right? Being a hard worker, right? Like being reliable, right? These are things that are useful, right? And matter, right? Or even being funny, right? Like having a good sense of humor. That's something to stake your identity on, right? Those are nice, solid, tangible reasons to stake your identity on something, right? Not a fucking video game franchise or a game console or what. Like, That's just stupid. Now, by all means, like those things or don't like those things and enjoy talking about them and exchanging ideas. They're like paintball, right? It's not important. So it's okay to get into verbal sparring and whatnot over which game is better or which friend. That's fine. I've never been in the camp. You can't like be passionate about your hobby, right? That's totally fine. But even if you're very, because I'm pretty passionate about things, right? But there's a difference between being passionate about something and then like staking your identity on it and that kind of thing, right? That's a step way too fucking far. And I don't know why that's become so bad in like the last 20 years, but it absolutely has. Maybe it's because people lack a real battle to fight, so they're making shit up. That could be part of it. Okay, people getting Sanson. 4th death. Unfortunate. This was such a lame story. I can't believe this was main story. Just... Oh, man. Alright, MASH is getting there. And hey, we're getting a nice chunk of SQ from all this. Definitely adds up. Okay, Caster Assassin. That's a very awkward one. Let's go with Scatty. I love Sundowner. I love Sundowner, dude. What a guy. Let's try the classic out here. I wish we had some of those hard... I like the free quests that make you do single target, but those are generally only in events. There's a... Like, Lost Belt 5-2 has one that's triple single target, I think. Maybe it might be double single target, but there's occasionally a free quest that's single target. But it's quite rare, where in events you generally have one or two at the end. And I find those to be a lot... Just kind of mix things up, and they're just more interesting. Single target's more fun to me. And it's because looping is also so fucking easy in AoE and all that. Wow, yeah, he's never been buffed. That really is fucked up. Yeah, I love Sundowner's theme. I love his voice actor. I really like Crispin Freeman. He's just a good actor. Like, he understands the art very well. So big fan. And he stays, as far as I've seen, he always stays out of all the drama. He doesn't go out of his way to like make his political beliefs known. He doesn't get into all these stupid arguments about Genshin Impact and all that stuff. He doesn't try to alienate his audience and all that kind of shit. He just does his thing. So good for him. And from what I have seen him talk at conventions and stuff, he does seem to be fairly wise in what I've seen him talk about anyway. I haven't like, I've not even looked, like maybe he has talked about a bunch of bullshit politics or whatever on Twitter and people are mad at him. I have no fucking idea, but I've not seen him do that. Do I just cycle out MASH? Like, starting with Scatty would be way better, but you gotta have MASH get that 20% extra bond. Am I gonna have... I'm gonna have faith. Who needs MASH? Fuck him. Boy, that is so bad, though. That is such a nerf to the team, because I basically don't... Doing it this way, I essentially do not have a Mystic Code, which is obviously not a good thing. Yeah, we just threw Eggplant directly into a trash can there. Pretty sure this song already played. I should stream this game, Bastion. I haven't played it in so long. I have no idea if it's aged well or not. I hope it has. Very unique game, though. Nasu means eggplant. I believe it. Damn it. How did... Oh, it's because it's assassins. That's where you need the Mystic Code to give you an NP gain buff. So we could have done it if we didn't have MASH just sitting there like an idiot. And if someone had an art card right now, that would really help. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Well, so this would work, but yeah, using mash that way fucks it up. Hopefully, he might not kill here, so he may have to NP. Oh, lucky crit. Okay, I'll take it. Hey, there's quite a few Mystic codes that give you some kind of NP gain up and that stuff like that, and that would have definitely fixed it. But I gotta get that mash 20%. I wonder if anyone has ruler scatty. They have a bond up, but it's 5% less. How could they? Most people just don't check this tab, so most people don't even like care to put her up. I'm taking a 5% bond hit, chat. What have I done? Dude, the filters are horrible and they take forever. Like, no one's going to bother with that shit. Like, FCO thinking filters are the way to fix their UI is just the dumbest fucking crap. Yeah, we'll see. This is gonna be kind of fucked up. Only got the one buff. And there's 2 assassins. What is the best UI you've seen in a mobile game? So it has to be a mobile game, huh? So parts of the UI in Epic 7 are extremely good, but because of the nature of the game, it, like with having the gear and the artifacts, it's not. But like it's very responsive and fast, right? And like the way it loads the background and everything is all done very well. I don't know if that'd be the best though, because again, the way they do gear and everything is just, oh my god. Let me think. Arknights is better than FGO. I don't know if it's the best. If Plants vs. Zombies counts, then yeah, probably that. Funnily enough, there was no problems there at all. But let me think. What I don't even remember the UIs for some of these games. I mean, Genshin's UI is fine. Like, you know, its issues are like the no skip and all that kind of crap, but it's not generally hard to navigate, and things load pretty snappy and whatnot, and that's not terrible. Because there's a difference between the UI design versus what's actually in the game and whatnot, like if it has gear or not and that kind of stuff. But I mean, yeah, the MiHoYo games don't really have UI issues. ZZZ's kind of got some convoluted shit for no reason. But yeah, off the top, I'm thinking Epic 7 and Genshin or Star Rail, right? Those are quite intuitive and fine. If Epic 7 took out all the gear bullshit and all that, then it really would be fine. I should have cast that last turn because the attack up would mean better overkill. This does seem to be going better. Some of it's just because of how I'm playing it, though. And like I don't play like every mobile game that comes out. Like I bet you there's some like waifus only game out there that just has an awesome UI. But like, you know, I don't cover most of the gacha games, and I play what interests me, and you know, that's that. Although I'm sure there's been some gacha games that I probably would have enjoyed that I just didn't know about. But like, there's so many like just, you know, new waifu games and whatnot that I have no idea about. And one of them probably has good UI design. Like, wouldn't surprise me if they have better than anything I mentioned, so. What really bugs me about a lot of these games, though, is they refuse to even take advantage of the fact that they're on mobile. Right, so they won't do like drag and drop stuff. I would be curious if Diablo Immortal has a good UI. It wouldn't shock me if that's the one thing it got right. Because like I think I've talked plenty of times about, you know, FGO's UI and how to improve it, and like I don't think I'm just sucking my own dick. I think my ideas are extremely good and are a lot better than what's in the game and be a lot faster. Like being able to have like those different pillars that you can have, like yeah, the offensive command codes in one, the defensive command codes in one, and blah 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 blah, and you can like use the touchpad to have them individually scroll up and down, and you drag and drop them directly into the cards, right? Like that's so much fucking better than the garbage we have. And like the fact that like so few of these games are treating the UI design like an art form, which it is, but they refuse to do that. It's just it's a fucking travesty, dude. And like that's why they're bad, is because they're just going with whatever. Right, and I think a lot of times the people they put in charge of this shit, it's not like their main focus. Because when you see, like, they're hard to find, but if you look, you can find people, like, online that are really passionate about UI design, and they're very good at it, and you look at, like, what they've done, and they, show, like, their own, like, you know, individual work, like, as independents or whatever, and it's brilliant. I mean, it's a work of fucking art, and like, it's one of those things a lot of people won't know it until they actually see it, right? Like, they're kind of, most games have bad UIs these days, like overwhelmingly. It's kind of like you hear, this is true. I'm at least old enough to know this. You'll hear people, I'm sure you all have heard this, right? You hear people say like tables used to be so much more sturdy back in the day, or shoes used to last so much longer. And so, it's true, by the way, right? Like, it's absolutely true. A lot of things I've just gotten like lazier and sloppier and shittier, and UIs are no exception. And I think mainstream devs are just so bad about it. But when you do play like maybe an indie game that has, you know, real effort put into it, and it's just got an amazing UI, right? And then you contrast that to all this like AAA schlock, it's like painful, man. Like when you know how it can be done and how nice and clean it can be, and then you play these games where it's optimized horribly, so the game's having to load shit constantly, and all this just stupid like fancy crap that's just there to waste your time, and it's just filter after filter after filter, and you have to click 9 things to do one thing. It's just garbage. It really is rare when you see good UI design, but there are some indie games, man, that are just chef's kiss, man. Like they nail it. I have no idea what I mean, Percival, if it's Lancer, is so good. Yeah, I'm not mixing things up as much just because I'm getting lazy. Oh, 27K though. Making real headway. There's probably someone better I can put in the back to suck up Bond. Oh, he's close to Bond 12. The thing is, amount of stuff can be dealt with. It really can. Like, good, and here's the thing. More stuff makes it a little bit harder, but they're dealing with a lot of stuff in the worst way possible, right? Like, I wish I had a menu up to give an example, but like the Rare Prism, for example, they just have a giant scroll wheel with everything that's ever been added completely disorganized. That is so fucking stupid. At the top, you could have tabs you click, craft essences, right, for the materials, or the different things in the missions, right? You click those, and it just filters to that, right? And that's a good use of a filter, by the way. You know, or use this, I don't know what, FGO is just dumb as fuck. So, like, when you click on the Rare Prism shop, the Rare Prism shop takes up, like, if you have to look at the screen for this, unfortunately, chat, but it takes up, like, a third of the screen, if that. It's probably a little bit less than that, right? Like, if you look at my mouse, the actual information for the Rare Prism stuff is, like, right here. That is so dumb. Right? Because if you use the whole screen, like Slay the Spire, when you go to the shop and Slay the Spire, use the whole fucking screen, you can put like just all the craft essences right here that you can use the touch screen to scroll up and down, to scroll through the craft essences. You can have like the mission unlocks right here that you can scroll up and down. You can have you know, the materials or whatever the fuck random miscellaneous bullshit you could, like, this is not complicated, right? Use your damn screen. You don't need to see DaVinci taking up 2/3 of the fucking screen, right? So I don't think there being a lot of stuff matters at all. I don't think it matters at all. And because I played a lot of indie games that are pretty complicated stuff going on, and they do not have fucking problems with this. Yeah, it's very critical that Lolly Da Vinci is taking up the overwhelming majority. Like the amount of waste is just unreal, and the way that the game like deloads everything in the background and has to reload and all that, it's so dumb, so fucking dumb. At least Arknights doesn't do that, which definitely makes it a lot better. Like Arknights does not have a perfect UI by any means, but it is basically FGOs but better. And a big part of that is just how much snappier it is. But they waste a lot of space there too. Yeah, I need my mouse to be bigger. But basically, the long story short, use 100% of the screen for the shop. You know, don't use 1/4 of it, which is like what they do. They may not even be using 1/4 of it. I used to have a thing to make my mouse bigger, but I got lazy and I didn't want to. I don't want to adjust it every time. What's the right combination here? Guess that'll do. There is some waste there. Yeah, actually, I need to play more indie games. I wish I had more free time with my stream to play more random bullshit, because that'd be a fun thing to kind of just analyze over time, and when we do notice a game has a good UI, mention it. Oh. That's a thing. This whole time, Percival hasn't had the fucking 3-turn art up. That's giant from Castoria. Wow. Well, I mean, he did pretty well, all things considered. But that was definitely a mistake. Yeah, too busy touching grass, true. I still can't believe that person that, like, didn't believe me that I don't play, like, video games and shit as much. They were like, I'm lying to cover up the fact that I don't want to play FGO. I'm like, I don't need a lie about the fact that Does anyone here at any point ever have the impression that I am trying to make excuses up to not play FGO? I don't think... I think it's pretty well known that Green Man don't like the direction of FGO over the last, like, 8 years or whatever, right? I've been pretty honest about that. But, you know, and it's not mutually exclusive, which is what I told them when they literally didn't understand, like, the words coming out of my mouth. Because they're like, they were literally saying I'm lying, that, like, because I made a post that was like a text post on YouTube that was like, hey, we're finally allowed to post content again, which we are, and I, you know, started posting content again. Because I hadn't in, like, you know, 7 months. So like, hey, you know, we can post content again. But I'm like, you know, and this is just the truth. Over the last, you know, 7 months or a year or so, you know, I've really changed my life a lot, and I'm just not going to devote nearly as much time to making videos, which is just true. I'm just not going to do that. You know, in like this last year, I've moved cities. I've changed a lot of my priorities. I've you know, become a landlord, right? Like, just a lot of stuff has changed. And I'm very happy about that. It's been great. But it was so weird. That's such a that's such an unweird thing to say, right? And like, normally when you see content creators maybe take a step back and, you know, not post on YouTube as much, normally they're met with people like, yep, that's probably the healthy thing to do, and, you know, I'll miss your videos and blah 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 blah. But that's generally the reaction you see. But it was really weird having somebody just be like, you're lying, there's no way in 7 months your life has changed enough. Blah. That's what they said. They literally said that. And you're just trying to hide that, you know, you don't want to play FGO as much. And I'm like, one, I obviously have not been hiding that, and that's not mutually exclusive, right? You can improve your life and change your priorities, right, and not want to play FGO as much, right? These both can be true, right? I can be more into other video games like Arknights or whatever, and you can also just be playing video games less, or just focusing on other things in life. Because video games became my career for a little while there, right? And that was fun. I'm glad I did it. It was a unique experience. But I just decided I'd rather not do that, and so I don't do it. And it's just like, it's really weird having like someone act like I'm lying right about that's just crazy to me. Dude, I don't think I ever did 300 boxes ever. Even when I was like the most into FGO, I don't think I ever did 300 boxes. Now, when I was the most into it, like when I worked at that parking garage and I could play it at the parking garage, that was a thing. And I played more than one account. The accounts combined, I think the most I might have ever done is maybe 100, maybe, and I'm not sure I even made that. I just never cared to farm lottery events that hard. And then pretty early on, I would between my like accounts, I would do like 30. Maybe a bit more than that sometimes, but I never really gave enough of a shit to do that. I've done a lot of different work in my life, and I've done side stuff, and I've cut grass and things like that on the side. And I've done some freelance stuff. And see, the thing about like when I started doing online stuff, I did some freelance like video editing, right? And then I'd stream and do YouTube and all that. I did enjoy that, and like I don't regret doing it, but it was so time consuming that although it was unique having like your work be something you really like, because I love editing. I love editing. That's never changed even slightly. I have a massive passion for video editing. Huge fan of it. But two things. One, when you have to care about like getting things out at a certain time, and I still kind of feel that way just because I want to get, like if a new story drops in FGO, you want to show off the different things so people see it when it's relevant. So you just kind of want to do it regardless of money or anything. But when you gotta like get to it, right? You don't have as much time to like do the edits you want to do or be as creative as you want to be, right? So that hurts it. Now, it still would be like when I'm on the clock, air quotes, I was still doing something I was very passionate about. That was nice. But it was a lot more like life consuming, and it was harder because I didn't have like set off days and things like that. It was a lot harder to like just set work aside and do something for fun, right? And over time, I found that just wasn't worth it. Even though I was doing something I was passionate about and all that kind of stuff, it wasn't worth it. It was nice to have done it. I made some decent money doing it, but that was more of a bonus, really. But yeah, it just wasn't worth it. And even though, again, video editing is one of my top passions, but it's just not worth it. I'd rather do it more casually. I'll be able to enjoy it more that way. So yeah, I just focus on other things. And boy, it was interesting because do y'all remember maybe a year ago, maybe 2 years ago? I don't even remember who it was, but some big streamer had like, I think it was a streamer I don't even like or agree with almost all the time, but they had said that streaming's like hard or something. And this made a huge fucking drama, and all these big streamers had to chime in on it because their chats would like get pitchforks and be like, "What's your opinion on this?" It was such a big thing for the streaming community. And I saw like that guy, like This Guy's Toast would come out and basically like made a video about it, and you kind of had to like suck chat's dick and be like, oh yeah, streaming has its hardships, but it absolutely is not as hard as a regular job. Every streamer had to say that. Every streamer had to like bow down to the mob and be like, oh yeah, streaming is the easiest thing, right? And I was like, look, I've done grass cutting and all kinds of different jobs, and streaming was the hardest job I ever had by a mile. It was awful. Like, and I think a lot of people don't know this about, like, because so many people want to be a YouTuber, right? It's like infinitely competitive, right? Because someone else will put in more effort. Someone else is gonna do the same thing you're doing, and they'll put in an extra 5 hours. So then you put in an extra 10 hours. Then they put in an extra 20. It goes to the human limit, right? There's a reason why like content creators on YouTube like generally have massive mental health problems, because it's an infinitely competitive environment. right? That shit ain't fun, right? At all. And then you have to deal with like people basically walking into your house and vomiting on the floor, right? And then when you try to kick them out, you have to deal with them acting like you're trampling on their free speech or some crap, right? The dumbest shit ever. Like all the drive-by dumbass comments that you get exposed to, and it's not healthy, right? Humans are not meant to like go through that. So like I agree that streaming is hard. I think it puts a massive mental toll on you, right? Especially if you're like doing it professionally. If you're just casually streaming, obviously no big deal. Like that's nothing. But if you're trying to do streaming professionally, right, and you're having to like deal with the competitive aspect of streaming or YouTube creation and whatnot, it's very hard. It's unbelievably time consuming. And it's just being, you know, having that social like exposure is not healthy for people, right? And I think that's very obvious. But the problem is people are idiots and they're jealous. I'm just gonna say it. That's what it is a lot of people that consume YouTube videos and consume streams are fucking morons. And just like earlier, we're talking about people can't be objective about anything. Their subjective emotions are getting in the way, and they can't like break down what's actually happening. They just see all the glamour and all the praise they get, and they don't realize that's the 1% of streamers and YouTubers that are making it, right? Everyone else is busting their ass and not getting anywhere, right? And even those people making it are still putting in like 60, 70, 80 hours a week, right? Shit is mad, and you're not seeing all that just bullshit that's going on behind the scenes, and you're not seeing all the bullshit social stuff they're exposed to. Now when you do make it, right, you really make it as a streamer, then you make enough money that you could hire a video editor, which will save you an unbelievable amount of time, right? Then your life becomes a lot simpler. Right, so and that's kind of how most industries are. When you really make it, it starts to become easier than it used to be, right? And that's not unique to streaming though. That's just fucking life. But yeah, I thought that was really immature, like how many people were just so on about, like, and I think you'd be delusional to say streaming is the hardest job on planet Earth, right? And I don't think anyone was saying that. That's fucking stupid, right? Like working on an oil rig, right? Obviously harder. Working in a coal mine, right? There are plenty of air quotes regular jobs that are as hard as streaming or much harder than streaming, right? But it doesn't change the fact that streaming is still a difficult job, I think, for most people, and is harder than lots of jobs. Right? I've done some jobs that were so fucking easy. Like even trying to entertain the idea that would be harder than streaming is the dumb. That's so fucking stupid. Like I've done jobs that paid decently well and were easy as shit. Right? There absolutely are jobs like that. And I've done jobs that were pretty tough and quite taxing. Right? And I just think it's so like childish to act like, oh, streaming's the easiest job ever. No, of course it's not. That's so stupid. And I think most of these people that are just jealous and immature about this, if they had to actually try to do it and put in the just insane effort that goes into being a successful content creator, they'd break under the pressure 100%. Like some people can do it. Of course some people can do it because there's people out there succeeding. So some people can do it, right? But there are a lot of these people bitching are just gonna snap. Because I never had to do content creation like some of these fuckers do, right? I didn't have to take it that seriously, right? Some of these fuckers are out here like just doing insane hours, right? And putting so much effort into like their thumbnails and all that stuff. I didn't have to do that. I worked a good bit when I was doing it, but not like that. And the amount that I did, I was like, yeah, this is harder than a lot of jobs that I've had. And I know if I wanted to push, because I never pushed super hard. I was happy, like back in the day, I'd have like 200 viewers, right? Pretty regularly. I was fine with that, right? If I was trying to like really push and get as popular as like the other FGO streamers and try to like, have the personality that I know is going to be more popular and make the kind of content that I know is going to be more popular and like make the thumbnails because I know what it is. I know what is good for being more popular. It would have been more soul crushing, right? If I had to do that, if I was trying to push to have 300 viewers when I stream or even more, right? If I was trying to do that and I was trying to make YouTube videos to like bring attention to myself and funnel it towards my stream, because I wouldn't even mention that I was a streamer on my YouTube videos most of the time. But if I was doing that, right, and I was like, I would have been more miserable and I'd have to put in more hours. So it was already hard enough, right? And that extra step that I know is needed. I know if you're really trying to make it, you need to do that stuff, right? So it would have been even worse. So I just think it's so ridiculous. I think it's so ridiculous trying to act like that shit isn't hard. Like it's just absolute lack of like critical thinking and experience. Oh god, the Lost Belt 6 stream. Can you imagine what that would have been like if leading up to it, I had been trying to build up my stream? Like if I was posting YouTube videos that I thought would be the most popular, right? And like throw some farming videos in there and like clickbaity thumbnails and all that kind of shit. And like I would like, you know, promote my Twitch at the end of the video and the start of the video and shit like that. If I was really pushing and like hyping up Lost Belt 6, like letting people know Lost Belt 6 is coming, I'm gonna stream it. Can you imagine how stupid that would have been? Right? Because it was already just dumb as shit. It was like 600, 700 viewers. And it was just dumb as shit, right? That was awful. And so imagine if I had been like hyping that the fuck up. Like that would have been just absolutely miserable. Funnily enough, though, for the most part, I like half enjoyed it and half didn't. I didn't enjoy all the snide comments and all the like people that just were stupid and didn't even know what they were talking about. I get annoyed by people that like say something and like you can tell like their criticism is not even slightly valid because like they're so fucking stupid, right? Like the Danny Kruger effect. They just say something that is just so demonstrably wrong, right? That always, but you can tell they have the wrong impression and stuff. That always like just annoys me, right? But and I didn't like, obviously I would have preferred having Green Knight and Vortigern and all that kind of stuff, but you know, I have a tendency to like kind of indulge right on camera a bit, like the rage, because it's fun. It's fun to like not turn off the voices you're not supposed to listen to, right? It's kind of fun to, you know, dive into that sometimes, right? And you know, blow up your personality a little bit, right? Because obviously if I'm not streaming, right, and I saw what happened with Vortigern, I would have a silent and an internal voice, you know, glorp shit, right? I'm not gonna have an external glorp shit, right? But the point of you know, streaming and all that is, you know, to put on a show so you can kind of listen, you can kind of, you know, externalize. You guys, you're doing the wrong glorp mode. There, yeah, the Ace got it. Ace got it. Everyone else was fucking it up. The Ace super got it. But yeah, it's like, but when you're streaming, you get to like act it out, right? And I kind of enjoy. I did not enjoy. I would have vastly preferred Vortigern get added normal. I wish the story wasn't so stupid and all that, and all the filler. I would have preferred that. But I did enjoy, you know, letting the, you know, the inside voice out, right? Just for like the fun of it, right? That actually was fun and stuff like that. So I did kind of enjoy Lost Belt 6 in a way. I just would have definitely enjoyed it more had the not done everything in the way that I hated. We didn't start dating Olga in Lost Belt 7. Oh my god, don't even. A lot of glorping going on right now. I was very confused, chat, when, so you guys suggest all kinds of stuff. There are plenty of like things on this channel because of you guys that are not popular elsewhere, right? And that's camouflage, right? Because when you guys suggested it, right, I just see it as any other thing. And I don't at the time, maybe it was. I don't know when it really caught on, right? And then I watch other streams, right? Because sometimes I'll be chilling and I'll watch someone else play through Elden Ring or play Ninja Gaiden or whatever, right? And I started noticing that glorp was elsewhere, right? To a pretty large degree, and I'm just like those little shits, right? Like those little shits. But it's just funny because until I see it in another stream, I don't know, right? I don't know which emotes are like your all's just thing versus like, you know, it's taking the internet by storm. So, oh, is it a global emote now? God damn, I didn't even notice that happened. Jesus, yeah, it must have really caught on then. Fuck. I'm kind of confused by it. I don't hate Glorp or anything. I mean, it's green, so obviously it's fine. But that is such an odd emote to have just like crazy caught on. There's just something about the expression I think that resonates with people, right? And that's why you've got like the business one and all that, right? Like it's just, there's something about that expression that really, you know, it hit home for people. I'm glorping out right now. I do love emotes. That has been such an amazing part. I mean, I don't regret streaming at all. I'm so glad I did it. And getting the perspective and all that stuff is great. And I met so many great, you know, Ace and Poi and Gazmog, C9. I mean, I can't name everybody, right? I'm so glad I did it. But I'm definitely happier on the other side now that I'm doing it way more chill. The only issue I have now is now I'm doing so much stuff that's not streaming that I don't have time to stream other games. Right, I need to figure that out, and I probably can. I just got to organize some things a bit better. The big issue is just the fact that although I do like streaming, and I really do, it is mentally taxing. And so I'll get mentally taxed doing real life stuff, and then when I'm home, I'm just right. I'm like, okay, I want to play my own game now. I want to watch something. I let someone else entertain me, right? So and when I'm like that, it's very difficult to want to like play a brand new game and stream it, right? Like if I'm like pooped, right? It's that's not the time. If I'm pooped, I might want to play a new game, but I want to do it on my own and just not have to think about commentating and all that. And, you know, so I'm sure you guys can relate, right? When you've had a long day, you know, you want to chill and do your own thing, right? I think a lot of people are like that. Like, I would love to play every game ever, right? But, difficult to do that. That 33 game I will play. I've heard so many people praise it, but I'll wait until it's not like a popular thing. By the way, this is why my stream doesn't grow, because I don't play things when they're popular. But, yeah, I'll wait for it to, like, go on sale or something, and then it'll happen. I don't know that much about it, so I'm going out of my way. At first, I wasn't really trying to see it or not see it. I just didn't really care. But now that I know chat wants me to play it, I'll just stay in the dark about it. And 23K. Well, we're probably going to get the Bond CE, but we may not have time to do much with it. I mean, I don't mind trying new things, but look, this is one of those things I just don't think people are going to understand unless they do it. I like half understood it until I did it, right? I would hear streamers say, for example, that like it's harder to play a game when streaming than when you're playing it offline. I believed them, but I thought they were exaggerating, right? And then I played Dark Souls 1, a game I was unbelievably familiar with, and I played it on stream pretty early on in my streaming career. And it was so much harder. It was so much fucking harder. And it's just like I just don't think people understand unless they like do it. Now as time has gone on, it's gotten easier. It is so much fucking easier for me to play like Dark Souls 1 or whatever on stream than it used to be. But it's still harder. I mean, it's still absolutely harder. And especially playing something new, because there's like 5,000 worries. Because I'm not taking this as seriously anymore. Like I'm not gonna update my PC to be like the strongest streaming PC ever. So it's like I have to. There's so many things I have to think about if I want to stream something. It's like, can my PC handle it while streaming? Because most games I can handle, but I can't necessarily handle them while streaming, right? Like it's very taxing to stream. So like I don't want to boot up a game and then be like, oh, I can't even stream it, and then blah blah. It's just like it's a bust. There's a bunch of bullshit like that you have to worry about. Especially because I'm not gonna buy some super PC now. I just don't. This doesn't make any sense. So yeah, there's so many fucking like things where I'm just like, why? I don't want to deal with this. Like, you know, I'm tired. I just want to chill and do my own thing, right? I just want to relax for fuck's sakes, right? So the last thing I'm like I wanted to do is then put on my streamer face and get ready to, you know, broadcaster voice or whatever and play a game I've never played before and figure out if I can even stream the damn thing and learn it and see if I like it or not. And just I just that's not what I want to do. Like, I want to just go invade someone in Elden Ring or whatever, you know, watch a YouTube video or go exercise or, you know, that kind of shit. But yeah, I think people just, they see the glamour of streaming and I think they're just kind of blinded by it. Like, I can't tell you how often Lost like tells me to stream something and I cannot express how much of like a 0 out of 10 chance there is of that happening. It's like, I am so fucking tired. I am like, I need to do something else, and Lost is like bugging me, you know, to stream some bullshit game I've never heard of, and I'm just like, you cannot imagine the level of no, right? Like, just absolutely not. Like, I'm not gonna spend $60 on a game I've never heard of that I don't even know if I can stream it properly, and, you know, go through all this like bullshit and then have to put on my broadcasting face and all. It's like, no shot. It's like, absolutely not. But yeah, I think this is one of those things you just have to accept that the layman will not understand. They're not gonna get it. It's never gonna happen. And like, I think people also just don't realize the logistics, right? There's a lot of logistics that go into these things, and it's like, that's the last thing I want to do when I want to chill is fucking logistics. And that's why, like, if I am pooped, I still might stream like FGO or Arknights or Elden Ring or something, because that takes like no logistics, because I've already done it so many times. Like, I know exactly what to do, how to do it, yada yada. It's no problem. My farming efficiency is going down because I am talking more. That's where it's nice if you do have an editor, right? Because then they deal with a lot of the logistics, right? Because like I would do the anime thing with chat way more often if I didn't have to deal with the logistics of it. But because I have to deal with the logistics of it, I'm just not going to do it. The thing is that you streaming it adds so many logistics to it, though, because then it's like timing, like when is it good for you and for me, and blah blah blah, right? There's just 5,000 things here. And look, guys, it's just, you know, I know this isn't what you want to hear, but it's like, I'm not a professional streamer, right? I'm not gonna treat it like I am. It's like, I have to deal with my own life first. And like, just have like, I swear, people need some level of empathy here, because a lot of people in your own life, you have enough bullshit to worry about, surely, right? Right? So like, if you got enough bullshit to think about, do you want to deal with this shit? Probably not, right? That's what kind of blows my mind every time these things come up, is like, dude, I don't see how people expect, you know, other people to do these things when they wouldn't, you know, have the time or the mental, you know, like, because like, just Google this shit if you don't know what I'm talking about. Decision fatigue is a real thing, right? And it's unbeatable, right? There's no level of Chad you can get to beat decision fatigue, right? And so if you're doing a lot of stuff in real life, you are going to hit decision fatigue. It's just going to happen, right? And that absolutely happens to me all of the time. And I'll get home and Lost is like stream Love and Deep Space, and I'm just like, no, because even if I did, it would suck. That's the thing. If I decided to stream something that I've never streamed before, when I'm at decision fatigue and, you know, all that, it's not going to be a good stream, right? At all. So it's just like, no, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I really enjoyed EDF6, but I don't think Cairo did, so that was that. I gotta remember, just do the art buttons. I feel like I've done this stage more than 3 times. I think I may have just fucked up. I think I've been avoiding this a lot, but I think I may have screwed it up here. But these kind of frustrations happen in indie industry, right? You'll have, you know, someone that's maybe a handyman, right? And then their customers just won't fucking understand, like, the practical reality of, like, changing out an AC or something, right? They just, that's how a lot of things go, right? I saw a cop talking about this once, how you'll see people often complain about cops going through a red light. Like, they'll turn their lights on for like 5 seconds, go through the red light, and then turn them off and shit like that. And like, that's so common that people complain about that. But it's because they don't understand, right? And maybe a cop's being corrupt. Of course, there are bad cops, sure, of course. But a lot of the time, the reasons cops do that is because they're on some kind of call that it is necessary that they don't announce their presence. Right? And so they need to get through the fucking red light, and they need to make it not obvious that there's cops coming. Right? And so if you're part of the job, right, that's pretty unsurprising, right? Obviously, like actual cops, right, when they see that, it's very easy for them to figure out, you know, a likely reason why it's happening. Where Joe on the street sees that and instantly is like, that cop is a piece of shit, right? And that happens with, you know, retail work, right? They're just waiters and stuff, right? There's so many things that the average person, unfortunately, just doesn't have an open mind enough to entertain, you know, the nuances of that actual job, right? And they'll see something, it just assumes someone is, you know, being lazy or is doing it wrong or whatever, when they have actually no idea what the fuck they're talking about. But that's like the Danny Kruger effect, right? When you don't know what you don't know, you know, you're extra ignorant. Also, this NP's in slow-mo. There's quite a few NPs I've been using for farming that are in slow-mo. God, AC stands for so much. I always love, there's been a lot of memes like on the Armored Core like community over time. Because you've got the obvious comparisons like Assassin's Creed and stuff like that. There's a couple other big ones, right? And I always like when you make like a meme picture or whatever, and they'll throw an air conditioner in there. That's always a good time. I'm trying to think. There's Ace Combat, and there's some overlap there, right? Armored Core and Ace Combat, that's got overlap. You got Assassin's Creed, the air conditioner. There's another one that I would see pretty often that I'm definitely not going to remember. Yeah, Air Gear has like a criminally good soundtrack. You know, it's a whatever anime, but that soundtrack is so good. Oh yeah, Animal Crossing. Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. Chat, I can't tell you how happy I am, though, not being exposed to the idiocy of the fake community anymore, unless I, like, want to be. Yeah, I guess I'm exposed to a little bit in my videos, but, like, I didn't know about this drama, right, with the Star Rail designs. I just completely stay away from it. I on the one hand, though, I do miss a bit. I used to, like, it was cool, like, watching other people's videos, and, like, there was the Kojiro guy back in the day and all that. That was cool. But I don't keep up with anything anymore. Anything. Someone said on one of my videos that the reason I didn't make an Ogla video was because Plushie, like, already beat me to it, which I'm like, brother, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, right? Like, I don't keep up anymore. I didn't post an Ogla video because that was still in the era where we weren't supposed to do that. And that last one, honestly, it was kind of hard for budget, but it was like, I remember that one guy in my chat was like, oh, it's easy for budget. And I don't think it was easy for budget, but it wasn't like anything crazy either. I was just like, whatever. And we weren't supposed to post it either, so I was like, what, fuck it. And, you know, it took like an hour to set up a budget team, the UI, and I was just like, okay, I don't
I like entertained the idea of making a video for it, but like dealing with the trial and error with that UI, I was like, no, it's not that big a deal of a stage anyway, and it's not very dramatic either. I don't know if you guys noticed this. Some people probably haven't noticed this, honestly, because people have a really warped perception of what the fuck I'm doing. But I massively favor making videos for things that are like more dramatic or like story relevant and stuff like that. Right, that's just a lot more fun for me than, you know, Mount Rushmore Ogla. Right, I'm not really racing to the video editor on that one. But yeah, that was still in the era that we weren't supposed to post videos, and I just didn't give enough of a shit. But yeah, people are like, oh, you didn't do it because it's the other guy's video. I'm like, I don't even know what the other video is. And there's been times where like someone else will have done a setup similar to mine, and they're like, oh, you're copying them, and I'm like, I don't even know, dude. Like, it's sometimes the fights, it's also like so like unbelievably like obvious like how you should approach it, right? And it's not surprising that, you know, multiple people will approach it in the same way. It's like, durr. I mean, I don't really believe that, Blue. People are always just like, if it comes up again, they're just gonna say the same thing again. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's just how it is. It's like, you know, because if it's not out yet, I presume when it actually comes out, you know, people are just gonna say it again, blah 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 blah. And like, I've been on the internet long enough to know people don't fucking learn. Right, I've seen the same like misconceptions about like all kinds of things in FGO come up over and over and over and over and over and over and over. It's just the thing. It's like, so like the people that don't know it's the original artist doing it, right? It's just the fact that came up on Reddit one time doesn't mean from now on everyone is just going to get that. No, you're going to have people over the years just have the same misconception over and over again. There are people in Elden Ring still that think invaders don't have iframes when they spawn, okay? Like, that's still a thing. The community never moved on, and they never fucking will. Like, stupid never gets cured. That's the dream is like, you know, humanity reaches this utopia where we keep getting, our IQ keeps going up every generation, and we defeat stupidity. That's not happening. That's not happening. The opposite is happening. We are getting dumber. So I love how Ouroboros made as far as I know, the first known message in Elden Ring of the Fortnite, right? And that was like when Fortnite was really popping, and he got so many appraisals, you know, positive and negative, right? That it capped, right? The message hit cap. It could not fit any more appraisals, and I'd actually never seen a message. You know, I've seen plenty of messages in the different games that have a lot of fucking appraisals, but I'd never seen one hit the fucking cap before. But yeah, let's say when if the Honkai Star Rail stays being popular and they rerun the event, and maybe the rerun adds a new design for Gilgamesh or something, people are just going to do the exact same thing all over again. I mean, they'll probably get called out faster, right? Because there's people that know, but it's just, I have no expectations of the internet anymore. I mean, think about it, chat. Have you ever been impressed by, like, the mainstream reaction of the internet ever? Like, if there's a nuanced topic or whatever, like, have you ever been like, wow, the majority of the internet really got that right? Like, that's just, I really can't think of a single instance of that happening. Ort was so fucking peak, dude. That's why I put up with the suffering. Like, Ort was so worth it. You know, chat, there is one thing that I think I actually... How do I explain this? So, before Ort was added, right? You know, we were kind of aware of him for like, you know, 18 years or some crap, 20 years or whatever. Right? And he was kind of the boogeyman behind the scenes forever, right?
There's always been a lot of hype for him, and I had a lot of hype for him, right? I still do, right? Love Ort to death. But then and now, there is still one thing that I have more hype for, and I always have, is Type Jupiter. Like, I think Type Jupiter is the hypest type by a lot. I've always thought he was the coolest, and the fact, I've noticed this throughout my life. I have a tendency of liking the other thing, right? A lot. Like, I like Leo, or most people like the Gundams. I'd like weird side characters in like Dragon Ball or whatever. I'm always like that. Things that aren't mysterious, right? I oftentimes like things that are mysterious, like Boba Fett before they ruined him and stuff like that. And Type Jupiter, all the types are awesome except for Pluto. But all the types are awesome, and also if Blimishine had a type, that wouldn't be awesome either. Jupiter was like, the Ort was the most like known because he had like a design that was in the character material book and all that, so he was kind of the face of it. And Jupiter was, the kind of other one that was a little bit less known, but he was very implied to be even stronger and all this stuff. So yeah, and I just love what you never see his design, but they've described it, and what is described just sounds so cool to me. That yeah, he really is the one I'm always been the most hyped for. And because, like, this is kind of a dumb reason, but we all have our shallow, dumb things. Ort, I love to death. So much love for Ort. But he was, like, the known thing behind the scenes. He was, like, the mascot of the, like, deeper dive stuff. That was the big boy that people would talk about behind the scenes, right? And misinterpret sometimes. It was very common that people would say Ort was the strongest thing in the Nasuverse, when they straight up say in his character material book that some of the other types are stronger than him, right? So they were just like, it's wrong. But because like the mainstream, he was the thing. I just, Jupiter is just a little more mysterious, right? I like that. So yeah, Jupiter has always been the thing I like the most. I don't mind notes getting expanded, because like Ort was expanded on and it was fine. It's completely fine, right? So I take a kind of a almost generic approach here. If they do a good job, I'll praise it. If they do a bad job, I will call them stupid, right? So, you just hope they do a good job. But I like, note stuff is awesome, right? So, love to see more of it. Type Jupiter or Chaos? Like, are you asking, like, which one I just like more? Or, like, which one would I want in more? Or if I saw them fighting in an anime, which one am I going to root for? Like, which way are we taking this here? I like both, though. I'm a fan of both. 19K to go. All of them? Okay, so if I saw them fighting in an anime, that's kind of tough. Because you got the underdog effect, right? But there's not really a clear underdog there. So depending on how maybe it's like playing out might affect, right, how I'd feel about it. Jupiter's got that OG thing going on. But like if his design was ass, right? Like if they did a bad job with his design, that would hurt. Where Chaos, I already like his design. We've seen it. Looks really awesome. And Chaos is a real world thing that inspired, it's like a lot of things are derivative of Primordial Chaos, right? That's very cool. I like that. If Type Jupiter is as cool as he is in my head, right? Like if they lived up to expectations, which sometimes happens, right? Or I would say exceeded expectations. So if Jupiter lives up to expectations or exceeds them, I think I would root for Jupiter if they were fighting. But I like them both a lot, so, it'd be tough. For what I want in FGO more, probably Chaos, just because that kind of just deserves to be in, because they kind of hinted at it and they showed it, and he kind of needs to redeem himself because people have this perception that Masashi whooped his ass, even though that didn't happen. But, so a little bit more Chaos would be nice for that. And then in terms of just which one overall I like better, I guess I can't say just because we don't have Jupiter's sign, so. Pretender Masashi Chaos. Let's hope not. That's been a meme for a while, and I hope it doesn't come true. I will say, though, Chaos is unbelievably powerful from what they show. Like, him in a very weakened state, not even trying. That's a really important bit. He is not trying. He doesn't even care, right? Like, the gods and servants and everything that are there are just so irrelevant to him. He just doesn't give a flying fuck. Like, in such a, like, he's just, like, putting in such little effort, right? And he just, like, wrecks the, everything, right? Just one-shots Mars like it's nothing. Like, he is crazy fucking strong. A contender for, like, the strongest thing in FGO, I would say, for sure. Like, he's on such a crazy level. Like, from what they've said, it's, they might go into more detail, and it may not be quite as it seems, right? So he could be weaker or even stronger. But it seems like he can pretty effortlessly destroy planet, right? Like, can just completely rob them of all of their energy, you know, like, suck them dry. And then, you know, he's, like, it's what it sounds like he's done that a lot, right? He's like just completely decimated planets effortlessly, and that we really haven't seen anything like that. Like, Ort can destroy the planet, but it takes effort, right? It looks like Chaos, that's not the case. Now, to be fair, you know, the objectives kind of vary, right? Like, Chaos just wants to drain the planets. He doesn't really care to, like, completely destroy them. And, like, you know, Ort was wanting to get his core back and everything. So it's like, you know, which one of them could destroy a planet faster is not really clear, because neither of them are really trying to destroy the planet as fast as possible. So there's a lot of, like, where Chaos measures up to a type is pretty unclear. I suspect, though, that Chaos is stronger, honestly. Because, like, types are really strong, but they're like a planetary level. Because they're the champion of their planet, or their celestial body, excuse me, right? They're the champion of a celestial body, right? And like them working together tries to, like, deal with the Earth situation, right? In nodes. Where Chaos seems more like a, like, solar system galactic threat, right? That just seems so much grander than anything else we've seen. But, you know, it's pretty vague, so. You think Fate Strange Fake will get 24 episodes? I don't know what to think anymore. Because I'm so confused. Like, Fate Strange Fake is being handled like nothing else ever. And what I don't get is, with the bizarreness of how they're handling this, why didn't they do it more like K&K? Right, where like K&K was kind of announced to be a lot of time in between each release, and each one's a movie, and right. So why were they like, hey, it's just a regular anime, and then all of a sudden they're only releasing like an episode a year? Like, what? Right, I don't get it. It's baffling. I think Fate Extra Record, we got a little bit of information about, you know, it went silent for a long time, and they started talking about it a bit again. I'm gonna be honest, though, I think it needed a lot more time in the oven, because what they were talking about, it was just paper, rock, scissors again, and that's a joke. I'm hoping they're throwing that out the window. I can't say I'm that interested. I'm so sick of Extra. I do like Savor a lot, though. Buddha is awesome, like, both in real life and in Fate. Big fan of Buddha. You know, Robin Hood and all that. There's plenty of stuff. I've never liked the aesthetic of Extra very much. I always found the aesthetic to be, blah. So yeah, it's not really a, you know, it's not my cup of tea, right? But for the people that it is their cup of tea, I do hope it's good and it comes out and all that. But I always say, you don't want games to be rushed. Rushed games are bad forever, right? Let them cook. That being said, Fate games do not have a good track record, so. Yeah, Fate Strange Fake is being handled very, very, very weirdly. And the books themselves, they really, the first half of it was amazing, and then I feel like the author is like afraid to like to finish, kind of like Arc Knights. Arc Knights always say he's like afraid to really dive in and finish some of the plot lines, right? Like really finish some of the like the faction plot lines they have going and stuff, right? They're like afraid to exhaust that ammo. And so the first half of Fate Strange Fake I think is amazing. It does a great job showing off the characters and a lot of fun interactions between the characters, and it does a good job with such a large cast of really getting you into it. It's great, right? Big fan. But this latter half that they've been coming out with, they're like gun shy about like, okay, we just got to resolve this though, right? Like this character's gonna win, this character's gonna lose, you know, yada yada. And it's not sticking the landing, right? It's like dragging things out and wasting time, right? Because there's only so many books, so you got to get to it, right? Like, so this the kind of middle end section we're at right now, it's like, okay, we're wasting time with like, fucking things need to get resolved already, right? So they waited way too long. So I feel like it's just gonna be like blah, 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 at the ending, right? And that's bad pacing. Yeah, I think like Arc Knights feels very similar to Fate Strange Fake, the way everything is being handled. Yeah, not great. Yeah, like look at Guard, right? All this build up and build up and build up, and then it's boom, done. Right? It's either never finished, ever, or it's like okay, build up, hype, and then filler, over. It's like what? Yeah, again, or it's literally never finished, right? And yeah, I think the writer sometimes has a hard time letting go. I've seen that in his other works. He's a great writer, and he does I like his stuff a lot, and he makes good characters. He's probably the best I've seen in like the anime sphere of things at writing stories with a large cast. He does incredible job at like with minimal screen time giving characters depth and personality and making you want to know more about them. And then so even if you don't see them again for a long time, but then when you finally do see them again, you're like, oh hey, that character, right? Great at doing that, right? He's exceptionally good at doing that. But I think he gets really attached to his worlds and his characters, and he has a hard time just like, this character needs to die, or this plotline needs to end, right? He wants the plotline to go on forever, like a shonen almost, and it just doesn't work, right? I think he's capable of writing a good conclusion and whatnot if like his editor puts a gun to his head and makes him do it. But yeah, he has a tendency of like building it up and really getting attached to the things and making truly awesome things, but not, you know, having a clear beginning, middle, and end and just letting it go, which I guess is an understandable, you know, problem to have, but it's a really bad one to have because you got to stick the landing. And like with Baccano, it's fine because Baccano, the whole kind of point is there is no ending, and it's just a thing. It's, you know, kind of representing life. You don't have a main character, right? It doesn't work that way. So Baccano, it's fine, but a lot of the other works, I don't think it's as good. But you know, Fate Strange Fake is not done, so I will reserve judgment until it is finished. Like the first chunk of it, it was just like, oh god. But it was like on par with like Fate Zero. But Fate Zero stuck the landing. Where so far Fate Strange Fake certainly has not. So, like when it was first coming out, I think it was on par to be as good as Fate Zero or better for me. But these last few volumes, I'm like, I don't know. So now I'm thinking I'm not gonna like it overall as much as Fate Zero. There'll be certain aspects of it that I super like. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Here's the thing, though. Fate Strange Fake, even if it doesn't stick the landing and has its problems, I'm still gonna like because I love a lot of the cast. I love how it doesn't have a clear main character. I truly like that kind of storytelling. It resonates with me a lot more than all the other bullshit out there. So unless the ending is just the worst thing of all time, I'm still going to be very favorable to it. But it may not dethrone Fate Zero for me. But like, I love Richard. I love Gilgamesh. You know, a lot of these characters are just awesome. A lot of the masters are cool, right? There's so much awesome shit in Fate Strange Fake. But yeah, it's definitely had some issues in the last few books. Yeah, unless the ending is even worse than I could imagine, it's probably going to still be in my top chunk, right? The Fate Zero writer is really good when he's motivated. He's got various works that he's made where you can tell he's really motivated and they're really good. But oh my god, sometimes he puts out absolute garbage. you know, I know throughout his life he's had a lot of ups and downs with like his mental state, and sometimes being in a bad mental state actually makes better writing, by the way. But yeah, he's made some just incredible stuff, and he's made some of just garbage. Like, whew. And I think because he got really popular, he started phoning it in. I think a lot of people have made. I'm not a detective here. Like a lot of people have said this. But I think he has very good capacity, right? If he's got the right editor and he's focused and, you know, passionate and all that, he is capable of making very good stories. But he does not always do that. All right. We're on the home stretch here. I'm enjoying this nice chunk of SQ I'm getting, though. I should go use that one capsule I've got. That's a good chunk of bond. So, Modica, Magica, whatever and whatnot. I respect the, like, effort put into it. And there's some good writing there. There's some good subtlety, like a lot of the witches that don't have any screen time. There's some real subtlety, that I appreciate, but I fucking hate it. Like, I don't... There's so much subjective about it that's just not my cup of tea, and the entire cast is ladies and blah, 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 and I'm not, like, hating on women, but it's just, like, I never liked the whole contrived stories as an excuse to make the entire cast women or the entire cast male. Look, that never actually happens, really, but I just can never really get into that, and I just don't like most of the cast, and I don't like magical girls, and just because you're making a deconstruction of magical girls doesn't make me like it. So good music for the anime version of it and all that, you know, made well, but I don't give a flying fuck about it. I think it's the very first witch, because like they don't tell you shit about the witches, but if you pay attention you can pick up on a lot of stuff, and it seems like she was someone that, like, their parent was, like, in the hospital a lot, dying from cancer and all that. And that was pretty interesting. And, like, you know, my father died of cancer, so I obviously relate to that. And just the fact that, like, the villains were kind of, like, subtle and all that, I did enjoy that. But, yeah, it's just definitely not my cup of tea. But, like, I get why people like it. I completely get why people like it. And between, like, that and Fate Zero, it's like, you know, this is some good shit. But, yeah, then he did some other stuff that was not nearly as good, unfortunately. But I think one of his older works, I haven't seen it in so long, but it's called, like, Phantom Requiem or something like that. That may not be quite right. It's something like that. And, I have mixed feelings about that one off memory. I think it was originally a visual novel or a book or something, and then it was an anime. And I only ever saw the anime, and I remember having very mixed feelings about that. There were some good aspects to it, but there were some incredibly stupid things about it. I remember the music was good. I'd have to watch it again, but off memory, there was just some, like, dialogue that was incredibly dumb, and there were some character actions that were incredibly dumb, and that was like it was very on about the gimmick of the universe. Anything that's not part of that gimmick will be worthless and can't compete with it, and it was just kind of stupid. But holy fuck, it's been so long. I don't trust my own opinion about that. But I'm pretty sure he wrote that, and it was one of his earlier work. I think, if I'm not conflating here. I kind of want to do Waver's attack up, because apparently this part is kind of close on killing it or not. I really will give anime this. There's been some amazing anime soundtracks. Oh god, what's her name? She doesn't do a lot anymore, which is a sin. Fuck. She was the name in anime music back in the day. She did, like, Ghost in the Shell and shit like that. Yep, you got it. I like how easy it was for chat to get that one. She is goated as fuck. Like, that is some god tier music throughout her career. Just unbelievable.
And there's several others, Mike. There is some just incredible anime music out there. Like, even with all the seasonal anime schlock, there's still some fucking incredible music that gets made. It really is something. Yeah, Yoko Kanno, I suspect is I do not say this lightly. A lot of people do say this lightly, but I suspect she's a genius. Like, it's unreal. Like, the variety, the like understanding of the art, the uniqueness, and just quality. It is insane. Like, when you really examine her career, that is just so beyond just being a good composer. Fucking crazy. Boy, there's been a lot of Percival NPs. The guy that did the original Fate Stay Night anime soundtrack, he did Gundam 00 as well. That guy's got some really good shit. Definitely has, to this day, the best version of the Emiya theme. And there's a lot of versions, but I think his is just the best by so much. Oh, man. Dot Hack has a hell of a soundtrack. For sure. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I can think of several things. And, yeah, that shit's good. I should really change out my DPS here. Especially because Percival's in slow-mo. That's probably not the one to be using. It's just I'm lazy because I'll change it when I change the stage. We were doing all those setups earlier, now it's just whatever. Yeah, I had like 3 YouTube comments or so of people saying they'd like forgotten about that soundtrack, but it's like fucking amazing. My favorite composer, though, is the head of Frequency. And I do not say that lightly, because, man, I love music. And I love a lot of stuff that's not video game related and whatnot. Like, I love classical music, and there's a lot of classic rock I like, and there's so much good music out there. And, you know, Yoko Kanno, like we're talking about and everything, just too many amazing art and some indie people I can think of. So much good shit. But holy fuck, Frequency is just... definitely my cup of tea, right? Just such a goddamn fan. Like fucking Metroid Prime, man, that's a hell of a soundtrack. There's honestly too much good stuff to name it all. There's just way too much good stuff. Which is a good problem to have, I suppose. Yeah, for the longest time, I couldn't really pick a favorite because there was just too much stuff that I liked so much. But over time, Frequency, they just are so consistent. They've made so much stuff, and then like Disc 3 came out, and it's like they still got it, man. Yeah, they're definitely number 1 for me. But honestly, other than Frequency, I have like a clear second, right? Like there's too much good shit. I really will give video games this. Video games are a great template to make music for. I actually think it's a lot better than movies and stuff because you'll have video games with very like varied gameplay and like visual aesthetics and stuff going on, right? So there's so many reasons to like revisit genres that aren't popular anymore and combine things. And I think video games are such a great template for music. It's unreal. There's reasons to not have vocals and things like that. Overall, like I can think of fucking godly like just regular music that comes out and and movie soundtrack music that comes out and stuff. But video game music overall, I definitely think is my favorite. I mean, but there's some real contenders, like, you know, some anime soundtracks are just absolute chef's kiss and all that, so it's tough. I have been here for 3.5 hours, and I just noticed Mash is 100. I mean, I said I was going to Grail her a while ago. I mean, she's just too good of a free-to-play unit, and we have so many Grails that, even though I'm not the biggest Mash fan, it really wasn't a hard decision. Like, yeah, I want to see... And I'll give her this. You know, the jury is still out for me, on, like, where she's going to fit. Because, for example, if you're a Leviathan, or you've just been playing for a really long time, and you're, like, focusing on getting meta stuff, because she has an actual team cost, right, you may not use her ever, right? Between your Castoria and your Veach and Merlin and all this other bullshit, you don't necessarily need her, right? She's not, you know, she's a pretty generic 50% battery, and it's too hard to get her to do damage because you have to wait for her to NP once and all that. Like, the more Leviathan you are, I think the less useful she is. And then for free to play, there's some real issues with her. But regardless of where she's going to end up, both on like the free to play, non-free to play, like tier list, if you will, for me, her gameplay is very interesting. Like, really interesting. You know, I'm kind of biased against Mash, but her gameplay is crazy fucking interesting. So it was really easy for me to decide to Grail her to 100 because, one, I think her design is a lot better. I think I like the design more. And then it's just such a weird thing that they're doing with like upgrading the free-to-play unit that much. So that was a super easy decision for me. And again, God, we have so many Grails. We're like swimming in them right now. Okay. This is the most bond I'm gonna get in a single stage. This is the right team. Mash is in the front. Okay, everything's good. I wish I had a teapot. Don't have the CE yet, but we're very close. And we'll get closer after this stage because it's the big bond one. Oh, what? Do you overcharge a Rosh with Mash's NP and then let Mash go burr? And especially if you're playing FGO on the side, right? Or you're using that what do you call it? The third-party app to play for you. So you don't really care about the second timing, right? Like the fact you have to watch a support NP. You don't give a fuck, right? She's a lot better in that context for sure. Like if you're just playing kind of passively or you're using that add-on, then yeah, she'll be great. Yeah, holy fucking, if you Grail a Raj, yeah, you're eating good. Chat, can we have a classical like fantasy paladin though, where they're wearing like medieval cool plate medieval armor, they got a badass helmet and a shield, and they got like maybe a mace or a hammer, and then as he smacks stuff, there's like holy light exploding and shit. And they get like heals and stuff like Percival, right? And there's like some crit buffs to give out justice, right? Like, this sounds awesome. Like, how is this Nopers? Like Blemishine? You're not entirely wrong. She needs a helmet, though. Look, I have to stress, I don't actually have a problem with Blemishine, except for the fact that she sucks. It's just she's very easy to pick on because, you know, look at her family. I mean, seriously, look at her family. So, you know, comes up a little short. And then, you know, her stats are kind of low for a tank, right? And I get it, she heals and all that other stuff, but, you know. So she's just, you know, it's an easy target. Like, she might be, you know, good by normal standards, but is she Mjolnir, though? You know, I didn't see her winning no tournaments, chat. She didn't beat Blood Knight. I didn't see that happening. I was supposed to cast that last turn, but I am just absolutely not paying attention. This hand is not what I was hoping for. Also, if I had cast Lancelot's skill last turn, I'd have a way better crit chance. Did you win any tournaments either? Yes. I have. You didn't see that coming, did you? Hey, double crit when we didn't deserve it at all. Never used the second skill, whatever. All right, go get it. I do like when people use Blimishine as like a stat reference for like minions and, you know, summon objects and all that. It's kind of funny. Okay. I didn't even see how much I got, and I can't do another one. We might be close. We certainly got a lot of SQ here, coming up on 2,500. Nice. I'm not sure there'll be anything I want to roll on anytime soon. Oh, Galahad. If Galahad does get added, which he might not, but if he does, I'd roll on that. Probably go for NP2. And if I like super like him and his toolkit is fun, maybe I'd go NP3. See, now they're just giving me more reasons to use Percival though, because there's Lancers here, but I really do need to mix this shit up. Why is it all QP? Yeah, I just decided we're getting this done. I gotta suck it up and get this crap over with. All right, 11K. It's not too bad. I hate how Castoria is so good, and I just have no art DPS. This is such a... Because it's so hard to... Like, it's so much easier to find her on the support list than to find Scatty or something. I could always do Edmund farming, though. It's not like it's that hard to... find Scatties. Fucking Christ. What the hell counters Moon Cancer? I never remember. Oh, it's Ruler. Oh, it must have clicked some crap over here. Who the fuck uses any of this? I mean, really? Like, those are the dumbest fucking settings. They are not strong enough to use. They're NP1, 111. And the reason they're 111 is because they're NP1. I have a lot of characters like that. Like, she's really cool, but I'm not going to really use her at NP1, so there's no point in doing the skill gems and all that. Look, I'm very consistent about this stuff. I mean, Percival is just the logical thing. Let's try... God, I love this song, though. Good memories. Fable 1 has the best soundtrack out of all the Fable games. I don't think it's even close. Honestly, the other Fable games' soundtracks are really forgettable. Am I going to use Canis for all 3 waves? I'm not sure that's the smartest thing. It's not like I have a DPS ruler. Really, wait a minute. I do have a DPS ruler. Excuse me. Let's see. This might be good. Don't know. Having to switch mash out is pretty annoying, though. Good try, Poi. Good try. I need to check my Vertra. I like Vertra a lot, but I know for a long time she was NP1. I want to say we got spooked by her, didn't we? So I think she is NP2. We had that spree where we kept getting spooked by Karna and Vertra, and that was mad at me. And I liked Karna and Vertra more than whoever was rated up. I don't even remember who it was. Yeah, fuck, I should use Vertra then. Fuck. Yeah, I'm so used to seeing her on my list and be like, yeah, she's cool, and then be like, I can't use her though because she's NP1. I've felt that way for so long. It's like a knee-jerk reaction. So yeah, we should try her out. And NP1 AoE units, especially when the NP's not upgraded, are just they're garbage. They're so bad. Okay, so how do we do this? I cannot believe they gave Mash, though, 50% battery. I'm not complaining, it's just, not something I would have expected. Is this AoE? It is AoE, okay. But it's not enough for her to NP. What did I fuck up? I feel like I must have done something wrong here. Like, why am I 10% short? God damn it. Well, if I had made stars... Well, I guess we make stars now. We're using the wrong NP. Mistakes have been made. Why are you using Bunny Artoria? Why aren't you? That was supposed to be hitting a Moon Cancer, but there have been some mistakes here. Oh, we still don't have our NP. Okay, something went way wrong here. We were using Canis earlier to great effect on some pretty hard stages, but yeah, this could have worked. These are not, the enemy stats are not impressive. Okay, Merlin, you're getting excluded. I do love that she can do that. That is the... How did you give me, like, a massive statistical increase, and you made it way worse? How the fuck did that happen? Well... That is unfortunate. Yeah, this is just sad. This game is so good. Yeah, I really wish we had a natural mulligan. So if you'd mulliganed like that, you could mulligan again. Like, you could get one mulligan every 10 turns. You really should be able to cut out some of this bullshit RNG. I feel like this setup can work. I think I did something wrong. You're never getting your FGO license back. Look, we've done a lot of free quests, and we've been like gone out of our way to not do setups that are like tried and true, okay? I'd actually get way more experimental and probably more successful if I didn't have to have Mash in the front row like this. Because there's a lot of like low stars like Romulus and all that are pretty good for farming these days. Let's try Vertra out. I'm a little nervous because I don't know how upgraded my Vertra is. I don't know. Oh, thank God. 10, 10, 10. All right. Woo. All right. Because I, you know, when they're in P1, I don't normally upgrade them. So we must have been spooked by her twice. I think I remember that happening. I think we got, between like 2 banners, I think we got spooked by Vertra twice and Karna twice. Which is incredibly good luck, because I really like Karna and Vertra, right? They're really cool. And it's because I had Karna and Virtua at NP1 for so long, and it sucked. Look, that Darius CE gives you 50 bond points, and I've had it when farming for MASH for a lot of stages. So in total, it has generated a pretty decent amount. I have not used Virtua in so long. I think I know which skills do which, but I have to check to be sure. Also, could the buffer in P, please? Okay, we want that one. Look, over like 150 stages or whatever, 50 points ends up being a, you know, a nice little chunk. Also, for the stages you use teapots on, the 50 gets doubled with everything else, so. Damn it. I should have done it differently. I don't have the NP gain up. I should have done different combination things to sort that out. Also, I want Lion King out so she can do her delayed buff, but I guess we'll see what happens without. She could probably do 60k, I don't know. It's not an upgraded NP, maybe not. Yeah, the Darius CE doesn't cost very much. It's pretty cheap. It's fine. Like, it's over the years, I've used it a lot, and it's done a lot of good for me. Yeah, I really did mess up though, because she could have had the buff from Castoria. Yeah, I totally fucked this up. Yeah, because she can't even NP now. Motherfucker. Well, can she do it? At this point, Lion King should have been any other buffer, like Mozart, right? Mozart would have given me a giant-ass art up. Oh. Hell, I don't think we needed to switch at all then, if that's the case. If you do the Fuyuki free quests that cost like 4 AP or whatever, the 50 flat bond is actually like broken. Like the ratio is insane. That's actually some of the best like bond efficiency. You summon a friend with the 50% bond thing. You have yours, so you're getting 100 bond, and then whatever boosts you can get in there. The bond to AP ratio is incredible. It's the best in the game, I think. Outside of maybe using a teapot on the Bleached Earth quests. But, yeah, you pay for it in suffering. I hope we get Maxwell's Demon someday, and they don't make him lame. There's definitely a chance that they'll, make him lame. Both either gameplay or, combat. I could have put Mordred back there just to get Bond. It's not like she has to get Bond 15 ASAP, though. It's no biggie. Zhu Fu Bond wouldn't be bad. He's deserving. Yeah, I figured she doesn't have much. Even though she's very good for farming, my account is advanced enough that I don't really need her.
Well, he's in Fate Redline, so I think he'll probably get added someday, unless FGO dies. I mean, well, hard to say with that kind of stuff. I might. I normally am resistant to use things that break terms of service, but I don't think I give enough of a shit anymore. So I might download that third-party thing. God knows I have enough apples. If you whiff some of this, I think you just wait. It doesn't matter that I fucked up again because my back row doesn't matter like it did before. I am making every mistake possible right now. Fate Grander Order. I don't think there will be an FGO 2. I think eventually there'll be other Fate, you know, video games and stuff, and maybe an ongoing one, but I think the gameplay will be very different. And they want it to be as different as possible to justify you know, if you did FGO 2, everyone's gonna want their servers to transfer, and they're not gonna do that. And it's gonna have gear. Yeah, there's very much that. Good thing Jufu is a decent support to bail me out for my mistakes here. I don't need the NP gain up. I just want to see how much. You know, fuck it. I want to see this NP gain too. I know Genshin has had a very negative effect on everything because everybody is like copying the dumbest aspects of Genshin, and I don't think they're doing very superficial stuff, and I don't think any of the stuff people copy about Genshin or why Genshin's popular. Like the overly simplistic gameplay, the gear and all that. I think the gear especially is a negative. I think people just play it in spite of it. I think Arknight's format with how they, you know, get you to play events and stuff is so much better. And like Arknights is very impressive because it's been climbing the ranks as time has gone on, and it doesn't have a strong IP backing it. It's got a lot working against it, but just through quality, they're able to do as well as they do. But yeah, I think people are really missing what makes Genshin popular. Very, very, very much so. I think even the devs of MiHoYo are missing it. Like, I think they're fundamentally misunderstanding the success of Genshin Impact. The pandemic is part of it, but it would have been big no matter what, because you can hate Genshin until you're blue in the face, but there's a lot of things about it that are undeniably like appealing to people, like the game design. People like open world exploration and all that, and people like the style that MiHoYo has, very much so. They like the UI, right? There's a lot of things that people like about their games, clearly, but there's a lot that people don't, and I don't think the gear RNG bullshit, I don't think that's doing them any favors. And also the simplicity. I think some people like simplicity, some people don't. All of their games being 2-button, I do not think is a good idea. That just doesn't work, like, especially for zoneless. DZZ, I think, would be a lot more popular if it had a more flushed out combat system, like a proper Devil May Cry game or Ninja Gaiden or what have you. Let's see. There's always a VC Braun. Stages like this are the one time I wish he was grailed up past 80. No way to really know how I want to finish. Always waver. Man, the composer of this song, I've brought it up a lot, but it's another composer I love to death. There's something really special about his work.
that I really like, but he unfortunately passed away right, like, pretty shortly after Divinity Original Sin 1 came out, which really sucks. But yeah, because that was the first time his work really got recognized. He'd been doing it for a little while, and I really think that guy was something special, and it just sucks that he finally gets, like, discovered and all that, and then passes away. But that's why I don't put things off till tomorrow that you can do today. Am I seriously using a VC Braun as the only damage dealer? God, I hate this UI. Why can't we just have the shit Arknights has? We're just nice and clean without having to go through. Like, it's so stupid, dude, because people act like we do have this. We don't. And Arknights, the classes and rarity, you can be selected so quickly. So if you want to do 3-star caster, easy, right? It is such a fucking pain in the ass in FGO to do that. And it's like you have to go through, like, this click a button to click a button, right? Instead of it just being there. Yeah, just more filters. But every song in Divinity Original Sin 1, I just think is so good. It just fits the vibe so fucking well. And a lot of the songs have their own... Oh, this is not a normal stage. Okay, I made a mistake. There's no way to know. You know, when you get in there, you find out. He might live. We'll see. I hate this NP. I love a VC Braun so much, and this NP is just such a... It's literally not a thing. It's not... Adam never does that. He's never mentioned to be able to do that. It's not in his character material book. And they just made it up out of nowhere because they're too lazy to make, like, a, you know, actually represent what Adam does. They're like, make him roar, good. It's a shame we'll never see Adam at stage 3. He was only in stage 1 in APOC, and because of that, he's always in stage 1 and anything else he shows up in. It's kind of like Lancelot is destined to only have the jet fighter, when the whole thing about his NP is it's so versatile because he can turn anything into a noble phantasm. Like anything, right? It's just like, or anything that can be perceived as a weapon, right? And like, there's so much you can do with that, and it's just, and jets are awesome. I love jets to death. I'm a huge jet fighter fan, but it just sucks that you're not really getting what the NP is. Can we 3-turn? I'm going way overboard with the buffs there, but whatever. I could do this NP, and then we would definitely kill, but let's see how we do without. Yeah, it'd be really cool if you played as Adam, and you did something really creative, like how they were creative with King Protea, right? That'd be really sick. And you could have it like when a VC Braun, you know, motions there, Adam comes in off screen and like punches the enemy and shit like that. There's all kinds, there's a lot of ways to do it. Adam is incredibly difficult to put into gameplay though for this game. It's one of the most unique NPs ever. Actually, it might be the most unique, especially like when the different stages and how insane what stage 3 is and everything. That is such a hard to quantify thing. I'm surprised that setup actually worked. Trying to think if there's a different way I want to approach it. Well, I know it's bad for him, but I've been wanting to do this for a while, so I do need to, I hate, though, that doing this makes him weaker in challenge content, not in for farming, but... I'm just such an Avisi Braun fan, man. Like, I really like him. He's, like, top favorites, man. I may not have much XP on me right now. You know, I could use this song for Billy, I feel like. Really, any of the servants that use guns, especially the more modern looking ones, but I could probably get away with that. Oh yeah, she's not as good as Merlin. We'll see how this goes. They're pretty minimal buffs there.
What if Adam's empathy makes the stage end and the game closes and forces the player to touch grass? That is kind of how he works, so...
Uh-oh, that was garbage. Uh-oh. That's what I get for not bringing the correct support there. Well, damn. Get to meme with the golems a bit here, though. Yeah, you can even have the level tracker like they had with the Reshigal, Summer, or Alter, or whatever the fuck it was. A lot of options. None of which were taken. You know, you can do a Jekyll and Hyde style buff where like it enhances Avisi Braun and his attack animations change where Adam is supporting him. You can make it a single target NP where he's stage 1 and just does melee stuff like he does. A big, you know, big boy smash if you want to make it AoE. Like go punch them. There's so many things you can do, but they did the absolute laziest. Yeah, Adam is one of the coolest NPs in Fate. And it's one of the worst in the game, but yeah, in the actual Fate franchise, he is so awesome. Dude, I'll never forget when I read I think it's in Volume 3 of APOC, I think. Maybe Volume 5. Anyway, just the bit where the Adam fight finally happens, it was so good, and it's so bad in the anime. I remember when they announced the APOC anime, all I was thinking about was, oh my god, I cannot wait to see the Adam fight, like, animated. And they let me down so hard, dude. Because the fight scenes were just not that good in the APOC anime, and they're way too brief. I've only read a bit of the manga. I've heard it's a lot better. Have they got that far? Because if they have, I'll probably read that tonight and see if that part lives up to it, because that was just so disappointing. Like, the book was so great there, and I was so looking forward to it. It's such a badass scene for, like, Chiron and Adam himself. Do you know what volume the fight starts? Because I'll literally read that tonight. Because I fucking love Adam and all that, so... And it just... God, the anime fucking sucked with that. Like, what the hell? Who's in the back row? Oh, man, I should have, like, used Castoria's attack up from the very beginning. There was no reason to hold back. Because,
if I remember correctly, the manga did a much better job with the Achilles fight against Siegfried and all of them. They definitely made it clearer just how much stronger Achilles was, and there was just a bit more fighting happening. The APOC, what the hell was that? Oh, I got my buffs wore off, right? The APOC anime, all the fights were just so brief, and they were just so unflushed out. Really sucked. And the Adam fight, they just cut stuff. Like there was a lot of stuff that was described, a lot of like combat exchanges that happened in the book. They just completely cut from the anime. But yeah, I'll probably read like maybe a chapter or two before the fight happens, see how they built up to it, and then read all that and see if it's any good. I feel like Fate mangas never go anywhere though in terms of like popularity, because they normally happen after the anime, and then most people aren't gonna bother reading a manga for something they've already seen the anime for. There's exceptions, but it's a niche. Merlin is just better here though. Like I think Castoria would have worked if I didn't play it wrong, but ooh, 4,000 to go, chat. How's Medusa looking? 25k. Yeah, they're not happening today by any means, but the round chapter 34. Thanks. I'll probably like look around chapter 30 and just see what's going on. It honestly just depends. Like, there's nothing wrong with the medium of manga. I like reading, right? And having pictures is a bonus, you know, no problem. But manga is kind of lower budget than I would like. And because of that, it's just kind of hard to follow sometimes because it's not in color and shit like that. And a lot of times the writers are being really rushed. So the pacing's not always kind of where it needs to be. Like when you look at the story from beginning, middle, and end, it's like this could have been better. I like the medium. You know, again, I have no problem reading and pictures. That's all fine. But I've always said this. I cannot think of a manga that I'm like, oh my god, that was amazing, other than manga that has a very good anime adaptation anyway. Right? Like Black Lagoon or something. Right? So although there are manga that are very good, I don't really have anything to point to like, yep, that's a great manga. Okay, yeah, there was Berserk, but let's not talk about it. And Berserk's good, but and I really respect the creator, like, just, like, holy hell. It's just not my cup of tea in a lot of respects. But my god, that guy really put effort into that. I feel like this first guy is the biggest dick of, clearing this. If we were level 100 or something, that wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, a lot of manga issues are because of the industry, like just the practical realities. There's some good mangas that were made by some independent creators that didn't have to worry about any of that. But one, a lot of times when they're truly independent like that, they don't have an editor, and that can actually be a really bad thing. A good editor doesn't just worry about the financial side of stuff. They will actually give you perspective and stop you from being a fucking idiot. Like, a good editor is priceless. They're so helpful. But there are some mangas out there that were made through pure passion, nothing else. And they're really underground a lot of the time. Some of them happen to get popular, a lot of them don't, though. And some of that stuff can be really good. It just depends. Don't need that. Second wave is easy. I don't really agree about it not being impactful. I think that some of this is subjective, but it's like when you're trying to make a world, right? And the creator Berserk was really, that was his life work, right? It was a lot more than just like a, you know, one thing, like little manga or whatever.
But when you're trying to actualize a whole world and like a whole vision you've got, setting the tone is a big part of it, right? So there's a lot of stuff that happens. It doesn't have to be Berserk, right? It can be anything, but there's a lot of value, especially in a big epic, right? This is not like a movie. This is not like a 2-hour movie, but this is like a 1,000-page book or a series of 1,000-page books, right? When you're really trying to create something like that, like I think the gore is actually really necessary in Berserk's case, and even a lot of the SA stuff, right? Because newsflash, in medieval times, there was a lot of SA and gore. And when you're trying to make a fantasy, but still very dark and medieval like that, it's kind of necessary. I think it really is for what the vibe he's going for. He wasn't trying to make Berserk a nice, easy read, right? He really wasn't. And like the art of Berserk is so like extravagant, like holy fuck, like it's crazy some of the shit that guy made. I just find it weird that like people will get on about this stuff, and subjectively, of course, people have their own taste and things that make them comfortable, uncomfortable, yada yada. But I mean, Berserk goes into some really, dark stuff. Like holy shit, that's kind of the point of it, right? That really is like the point of it. Yeah, I don't think it's gratuitous. I mean, it depends on how you want to frame it. Like, it's obviously grotesque because that's kind of the point of it. But yeah, people like meme on the horse scene, but like that's supposed to be gratuitous. It's supposed to, or not gratuitous, it's supposed to be disgusting. It's supposed to be disturbing, right? Like that's kind of the shit. Nothing about Berserk is trying to be politically correct, for example, right? That is just absolutely not what it's going for there. Because people really fixate. I think this is kind of the issue, right? It's kind of a difference, because what you're saying is not rare, right? A lot of people share your opinion. I think a lot of people really like Guts, for example, right? But it could be Griffith or some other aspect of it, right? And so that's like the whole point of it to them. But to me, in my opinion, it's pretty obvious that's not the whole point of it to the author. Actually, quite the opposite. Although he puts real effort into the motivations of his characters and tries to like the real dynamic of like what was fueling the stuff between like Guts and Griffith. He puts a lot of effort into, but I don't think that's really the main purpose of Berserk at all, right? I think Berserk is trying to get into a lot more stuff about just the disturbing nature of reality and how the truth doesn't have to be good, right? The truth of reality can be very awful, and bad things happen. But even with that, even though with like the behind the scenes, the true end of the universe, for example, might be really awful and terrible, there's still good things in it. There's still reasons to have hope and to try. It's like a mix of these things, and he's trying to really show that like almost eldritch external crisis, if you will, existential dread, right? I think that's a huge fucking part of Berserk, and just how fucked shit is, right? Like, 'cause we romanticize a lot of medieval times and stuff like that, but shit was awful. I think that's a really big part of it. Yeah, it's a lot of, I think it's just a lot of his own. I think he's really putting himself into the work, right? Like what he struggles with and how he sees the universe. I see that all over the work. And Guts and Griffith and them are just a vehicle for that. I think they are the lesser part of the story. Now, by the way, that's no reason not to like them. My favorite character, in The Empire Strikes Back for Star Wars, some people didn't believe me, but I'm serious. My favorite character in that is General Veers, who most people don't even know who that is, right? You can have a lot of depth, meaning, and relatability to things that the writer may not even have intended. Now, I will say with Griffith and Guts, the writer absolutely put extreme effort into like the motivations of those characters and all that kind of stuff. He very much did, but I don't think that was the main goal of it. But anyway, I don't think he would be surprised, for example, that people really liked that aspect of it or related to that aspect of it. But my point is, the writer can make a side character that wasn't supposed to be important
and then someone that might be their favorite character, and that might be really meaningful to them, and that's fine, right? Meaning does not have to come from what the writer intended. But I do, what I'm getting at, though, is I don't think a lot of this stuff in Berserk that people don't like, or I don't think is gratuitous. I think it is very much there for a reason, and I think it is important to what the writer was trying to go for. And but again, Berserk is not my favorite story, not even close to it. But I do have a lot of respect for what the writer was going for, and his art was incredible, and he put the level of effort put into that is just insane. And there's certain moments in Berserk that I'm like, okay, this part was a lot, deeper or better than, or more relatable to me or whatever, than a lot of the rest of it. But yeah, Berserk is something I respect, but it's not like it wouldn't be in my top 20 favorite stories, for example. Okay, now we're fighting a bunch of random bullshit. Really hard to know what to go with when they do this. Oh, wrong CE. That's very good on her, though. If you're doing a challenge quest, that's very, very good. Really, I'm in the camp of... I like putting stuff that's good for challenge quests up. Even if people don't use my characters much, don't summon my characters much. I'd rather they summon me when it matters occasionally, right? Because I don't need the FP. I don't care. But I'm like everyone else. I am normally summoning things for farming. Well, not always. I'll go pretty long periods of time not farming at all in this game. Well, only recently have I been farming again. It's just so awkward. It's so much better if Scatty is just there from the start. It's so fucked up when she's not. My absolute favorite story is really tough. I do love The Count of Monte Cristo, but I'm not sure it's my top. It's up there. I do love it. But I like No Country for Old Men, like both the book and the movie. I like Black Lagoon a lot. Like, love Black Lagoon. I don't know. There's a lot of good stuff out there. Armored Core for Answer, obviously. It's not exactly the same kind of typical story, so I don't know if that counts, but I do like it regardless. It just feels like such a waste not to use MASH at least once, but things get so fucked up when Scatty's not out. I know, burgers are about the combination. I don't think there's one single topping that is the best. But keep fucking mayonnaise off of it. Burgers to me are the classical's good. You want the ingredients to be good. That's the thing. You gotta be fresh and... you don't want to go to some, like, burger place and it's like some old heat lamp garbage. None of that. But, lettuce, tomato, the burger, mustard, good bread. That's how you do it. Never had a burger. That's kind of wild. I mean, some people aren't, crazy about burgers, right? We all have our subjective tastes, but I would recommend at least trying it. I need that other quick buff. We're gonna lack on damage here, I think. What to do? And MASH doesn't have her crit buff. I mean, we should kill. I fucking hate mayonnaise, and I especially don't like it on burgers. Not a mayonnaise fan. Wow. Man, it worked out, but I was kind of scuffed. So Mash's first skill ended up never mattering, so... It took them so long to add him, dude. It's kind of surreal seeing him in the game. Roland. Okay, the last wave is kind of the easiest because we're counterclassing, so no need to, like, save her quick up and stuff like that.
Inside and Out is not where I live, so I've never had it. That's what everyone says, though, is that it's really good. I'm worried that by the time it finally gets out here, because they've been thinking about expanding, that it will have lost its quality, right? Because I can think of a lot of restaurants and stuff, fast food joints and the like, that have massively gotten worse with time. I mean, just so much worse. Like, I don't really go to fast food because of that. Like, fuck them. But it would suck if In-N-Out finally comes out here and it's not the real deal, so. Damn, Beastly's got some heavy hitters, man. She really is cool. Some of the new 3 stars I've been very happy with because she's very good, very different. And I like how she's Buster focused because we didn't really have a lot of that for budget archers, especially like single target. But she didn't replace anybody. You can get her an FP and all that. It's great. You know, Zhufu is really good for the game. Asclepius was just godly for the game. The only issue is Asclepius is not in FP summon. But a lot of the recent additions to 3 stars have been really good. The new caster guy, I forgot how to say his name. I looked it up once, but I don't remember. But he did not good at all. He's so pointless. Instant sleeper on that one. Yeah, I wish they'd add more. I mean, they add more than some games. They used to add them a lot. Look at 1.0. Like every major story release, they added new 3 stars. Sometimes they added more than one, like you know, Geronimo and Billy together and stuff. But as time went on, they just stopped. Like an Epic of Remnant, they stopped doing it. And then in 2.0, they kind of rarely did it. So they went from it being like standard, we always add 3 stars. That clearly used to be like a philosophy. But yeah, they just stopped doing that. Sucketh. Yeah, it's stupid too because there's a bunch of shit missing. Like, we need an Asclepius equivalent in the FP summon, right? We need a proper single target quick DP, single target caster DPS, an upgraded NP, has a survival skill. You know, it has the stuff you have in every other class, for fuck's sakes. You know, we got Bedivere, Caesar, and all that good stuff for Ushi, Ku, right? Nothing like that for caster, let alone an FP summon. And we need a quick support in FP summon, right? So much stuff. Okay, I guess you just do this now. I would presume that's enough damage now. Yeah, where the hell is Agravain? That's messed up. Oh, there needs to be better berserkers. Oh my god, there needs to be better berserkers. Every time budget has to do like multi-class stuff or multi-extra class stuff, oh, it's horrible. That's been a problem for a while. And as time has gone on, and like the enemies have gotten harder, and the berserkers are not keeping up. Like, we don't have the coup of berserkers. That is just not a thing. Like that's been such an obvious problem to me for such a long time. I don't know why I just cast that. We're getting real close. Another stage or two, and I think we got it. Oh yeah, she's slow-mo. God damn it. It looks so good though, and like if we make a YouTube video, I want it in slow-mo, so, and I care about that. Like, I don't actually farm that much, and when I do farm, I'm not doing it like this, where I'm focusing on it, so. This is the first time I've sat down and focused on farming in a very long time. And I'm just doing it because I want to get the fucking mash crap over with. Because I know I want that Bond CE, so I just want it done. Get the coins too. Let's see how close we are. Oh, wow, we could have had it right there. That would have surprised me. I didn't think I was that close. Like this next stage, I thought there was a chance we'd get it, but I definitely didn't think we had a chance of getting at that stage. All right. Sweet freedom. To 82. That really is, with how much bond do you need? That's such a tiny amount. Wait, that one time that I brought the craft essence that gave 10% instead of 15, I think that made the difference. I think that probably generated 82 less bond. God damn it, dude. We got. Well, at least it's gives Medusa a bit more. Because if we won one stage sooner, Medusa's total bond gain actually would have been less. I don't think Roland could fight a Knight of the Round Table, honestly. I mean, Artoria specifically is one thing because she's weaker than some of the Knights of the Round. I'd have to look at Roland's kit again because I don't remember. I wouldn't bet on it, and like logically he shouldn't be able to. Like the Paladins of Charlemagne are not even close to as popular as Arthurian Legend, and their accomplishments are not as high in my opinion. Like definitely not. So it would be stupid for them to be able to keep up. But yeah, I'd have to look at his character. He got a character material book, didn't he? I think he did. But yeah, I certainly don't remember what the hell he does. But like, Artoria is not the strongest servant by any means, but she's no slouch. Like, Excalibur will fuck you up. Let me look at his stuff real quick. I'm not gonna like deep dive here, but let's see. I need to get a new mouse. Got 2 NPs. So it says, this is so vague. It says his body is like very tough, right? This is so this could not be any vaguer, especially in Fate context, right? A diamond body with the hardness of 10. Spears, swords, and bows are useless against him. However, there are weaknesses. Blah blah blah. But if you shoot him in the foot, but that like saying like swords and spears are useless means nothing. Like what the hell does that mean? You know, relative to like super attacks and blah 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 blah. Right? My guess is like if you have like a typical just like blow without like mana burst behind it or any special stuff behind it, it's not gonna kill him. But yeah, that's not well explained. Some of the other like tanky abilities out there are way clearer in what they can do. And he's got like a Manus enhancement type thing. So far not looking good because you need to be able to deal with like, because Artoria has mana burst. Excalibur is an exceptionally, it ain't no normal sword, you know, bouncing off diamond, right? And it has strike air and all that kind of stuff. And never mind the Excalibur Blast, right? She has mana burst, for God's sakes, and she's not the best swordsman, but she's a very, very good one. I mean, you know, if he was able, it's hard to say. Let's see, this horn. This is kind of vague again.
This is the dumbest explanation ever. I have no idea what his other NP does. It's so vague. It's like, it can make a miracle happen, maybe. What? I don't know. That's dumb as fuck. I mean, I don't know if he's had a proper character material book. If he has, they're certainly being vague as fuck. But off that, I wouldn't think so. Like, I don't see anything to deal with Excalibur, let alone even Strike Air and her mana burst and just overall skill. I just don't see. His stats are fine. Nothing mind-blowing though. I mean, I know he's very strong and very tanky. Actually, he has actually exceptionally good stats. But I mean, maybe if he ganks her with Durandal, might better just take her out because she doesn't have like good defenses because she doesn't have Avalon. Like, it's possible he could win. Like, use the horn immediately. I don't know what it does, but it's supposed to be good. So just instantly use the horn and try to gank her with Durandal right off the bat, and you might kill her that way. If she Excalibur blasts, you are so fucking dead. Although Excalibur's pretty slow, to be fair, right? It does take a second to charge up Excalibur. So if you get into a fight and you don't wait at all, maybe you could just gank her that way. But she's good enough that I wouldn't count on it. Yeah, if I had to bet, I would not bet on Roland, but it doesn't seem impossible. I mean, Artoria's not a servant that's like impossible to beat because she's kind of vanilla in a lot of respects. She just has a really, really, really strong nuke though, and she's good. But it's not like she's got like a big defense that can block stuff. She doesn't have a skill to like stop her from getting ganked, or she's not super tanky or anything. No point in casting that. I'm guessing in the story, though, they don't get very specific about what it does because of the way it's written. It just sounds like an excuse to make, like, writing bullshit happen. Yay! It's weird they use the old art. Got it. Okay, I want to do one thing real quick. Nah, it doesn't sound like anything like Astolfo's, like looking at its description. Not at all. That doesn't seem like that in the slightest. Like, not a word about it is even similar at all. Astolfo's making you trip and all that. Like, there ain't nothing about that. Okay. Yeah, honestly, that shield's a bit cartoonish, I would say. Leo's shield is probably as normal as it gets over here. I may just do, like, the dumbest stage possible here. I could do Richard, but that's kind of hard on the... I want to just straight up see the numbers when I do like a Buster with it versus like Golden Sumo or whatever. Problem is my teammates. Is there anything that you're allowed to just go in alone, like with Ort? There's always advanced quests. Because you can kill your teammates, but then the enemy has to be strong enough. I need something that's not weird. A lot of weird shit out there. Angra interlude. That's not entirely wrong, but it lags. I keep forgetting I haven't done these three. I've done everything but these three, and I just never get around to doing them. It's so hard to remember if they have like a defense gimmick or any shit like that. Darius definitely has some weird shit. I need just so vanilla. Alright, let's see it. I don't remember this one. Alright, we'll do Bond CE first. That 100 is pretty yikes. Let me go no command code. Well, no, those don't affect damage, so it's fine. If only we had story replay. Yeah, I know, right? Just go fight like Lee. Lost Belt 3. He'll take out your taunt walls. Nice and easy. Got damage resist. God damn it. I don't want to make stars, really. Not critting is the way to go. He's really making this annoying right now. Okay, this stage is terrible because, like, you're not going to be doing it necessarily on the same turn, and he may have, like, different amounts of this. This is not ideal. Do a totally vanilla first card buster. Please don't crit. And he dodges. Okay, this stage is not... This is not it. 15k in third place. Yeah, you gotta hit him multiple times though, because of low high roll. Okay, one of these. 12, 13. Yeah, before it was 15. You can kind of see what I'm saying. This guy. I should bring Sure Hit on the Mystic Code. There is one with that. Didn't know it was Leonidas. What the hell? I don't know. This might win. And if it does, that's going to hurt the usefulness of this pretty dramatically. And the big thing is, she is so NP based, regardless of if she's a DPS or a support. So that's a big oof. I mean, Guts is good though. There are times you give her a Guts CE regardless. Okay, he just got straight damage resist without the down, so no good here. I am hating this stage so much. Damn it, he's gonna make stars. Leo, no. Just don't crit. His NP rank must be 1, so he actually didn't make stars. I'm okay with this.
That's a less by enough. Oh, why'd you have to crit? That was less by enough that even with low high roll, it seems like you do less damage, which is good because you better be, otherwise it's not gonna be worth it ever. God, this fucking guy just has to evade all of the time. How about you just not do that? It does look like, though, even without the attack stat, the 30% attack up is enough to make it pretty decent. That's good. That makes it better than pretty much all the other gut CEs that every character can equip. I don't know. I mean, maybe I got lucky in that first one. The overall damage looking very similar. That was still a bit less, though. But that was closer. I mean, odds are, between the two turns, odds are it does do a bit less damage than Golden Sumo. But, it does not a huge difference. So you're basically, the Bond CE is a slight damage boost and guts, but you're losing the starting NP. And not just with Golden Sumo, I mean with Cope Scope and everything else, starting NP is a very common thing to give Mash, because getting her defense buff out right away is really good in hard content. And I'd say even more so because if you want her to do damage, then you're going to want the second NP. So I mean it's a viable option, and there are certain fights and solos and stuff where guts is a must, right? There's been times where you are bringing guts if you like it or not, because of the mechanic. And when that happens, you're going to be very happy to use Mash's special guts in that case. And she is a pretty easy character to get Bond 10, as long as you've been keeping up with her over time, because she can be just sitting at Bond 9. For a lot of people, she's been sitting at Bond 9. Then you just have to do 9 to 10. So she's one of the easiest Bond Cs to get. I suspect most of the player base is going to have it. There's going to be that guy, though, that's like, this isn't budget friendly, blah, 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 blah. Fuck him. All right. Let's see. Exactly 120. So, if you want to get the 120 levels, so fucking hero proofs. That's like the mat you need the most of, I swear to God. If you want to get the extra levels, so you have to grail her or Bond. Shut up, Da Vinci. I'm trying to get my words right. Anyway, you have to Bond grail her to get enough coins for everything. Which I will Bond grail her just in case. I am not going to try to get Bond 15 right now, though. I do not give enough of a shit. I might put her like in her regular mash that has no team cost and just throw in the back sometimes because it's so easy to do. But I'm not going to always make room for the 16 cost version because it's a pain in the ass. Isn't it like it's like higher? The Bond grailing is higher than vanilla grailing because that makes sense. But it might as well, like, in case you happen to get it. Boy, that's tough though to get all of her stuff then. And if you're a dedicated MASH fan, the other thing you want to do, which one is it in? I don't know. Is it 1 or 2? Does it show you? Yeah, that's not a pain or anything. Like, are you gonna watch that animation every time? Like, the fuck? So, I definitely like this set better because, like, I like Avenger and Ruler. Some of the Avengers and Rulers in the game I don't fucking like, but, like, the class concept I like. Edmund is an Avenger, so, but yeah, if I was gonna do one of these two, I'd probably do this one. Unless they added Ort into the game. And then all of a sudden Foreigner's cool. So, there is that.
Can you mash through the animation? I think it's just faster after you've done it once. They just want to make sure you can see it, I think. Yeah, obviously, though, I did land. This should surprise nobody. Yeah, wow, you have to watch it for these two. Like you don't know it's Lancer. This game, dude. I don't know what they're on about. Then I've been doing Berserker. I think I need the... Yeah. Are any of these available right now? Like, maybe I haven't done a challenge quest or something. I've done a lot of them, but I might have missed one. But yeah, I'm kind of gated by the yellow stuff everywhere here. But yeah, it's because of Mori and, like, Darius and stuff. I figured this would be a good one. Also, Berserkers, although the low-star Berserkers are bad, they're necessary often, so making them stronger is good. Wait, why are they going so slow then? Why are they gatekeeping us so hard? The system's been out forever. Like, we are so far into the game. There are so many class trees, and you're gatekeeping these yellow things. That is incredibly stupid. Like, get some pacing, for fuck's sakes. Do you realize how many classes are left? Like, goddamn. Oh, this game. Well, at least I got the Lancers max. I'm happy about that. All right, chat. That is enough FGO for a good minute. Probably until they actually put out the grand stuff. I don't want to stream this unless... Well, I don't know. We might do, like, one more stream where we really go use MASH for real. We really haven't done that yet. Because you have to have, like, your own MASH setup. It's really hard to summon her. But we need to finish OC4. God damn it. That's what we need to do, though, is beat OC4 on the ult account. We're like halfway through it or something like that. Anyways, we're raiding Cairo. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go eat something. Blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna go read the APOC manga and hope they did a better job with Adam. If they do, I'm gonna enjoy the shit out of it. And if they don't, I'm going to be glorp shit. Just exactly that right there. All right, I'm out of here, boys.